understand your heartbeat per minute, and you can send that to some type of cloud drive and have it for data for forever, really. So a lot of these mobile devices have become our everyday means of being. It actually kind of picked up, I think, in the last 10 years. It really kind of really got out of, not out of hand, but it just really took off from the times where I remember the first set of cell phones coming out. There not being that much technology in them. They just was able to actually make phone calls and maybe do texting. Um, but majority of those cell phones did not have that capability. And then once two-way pagers really kind of set the trend for actually sending messages back and forth, mobile devices have really just taken off and became this you know just taking mobile devices to a whole nother level where we really, if you wanted to, you don't really need a laptop. You can get the bare minimum of a iPad with a keyboard attached to it, and then you're able to connect to the internet and really do all the things that your regular PC will do. Okay, but so my first slides here, we talk about portable computers. That'll be your laptops. So any anything that's not a desktop is what do you kind of see this icon here. So I kind of got the wrong icon here. The icon over here is a laptop, right? But this is your desktop. This is something that you have, a big computer that actually sits at a desk, and it's not really made to be mobile, right? It just kind of it sits there, and it does the same thing as a laptop does. Okay. Um, so you have your portable computers, which is your laptops. You have your tablets, iPads, Samsung books. Um, any you pretty much have two players in the game, where it's just either you have an Apple product, and then you have every other product that's a Android product, right? And more times out of not, you're gonna have a Samsung type of a build. Well, I would say Samsung is the most build quality ready producer or manufacturer when it comes to Android products. But you may get a Google phone, or you may get I know I had a OnePlus phone. They're pretty affordable, but they're running an Android operating system on top of that. So that kind of takes us into the smartphone type of build, where you have pretty much Apple and then everybody else who wants to get into that field. But um, it's just how can manufacturers really compete with the fame and the popularity of a Apple product? I really don't understand. You get a lot of more customization out of your Android products, but a lot of people just really like the simplicity of Apple products, and just that whole structure of apps just being there, and then they really don't give you uh, that many features as an Android product, in my opinion. But it may sound like I'm an Android fan, but I actually prefer an iPhone as well. The build quality is incredible. So I just like that. A lot of Samsung products, while they give you a lot of features, the test on the actual memory and the processor causes the phone to get hot, and then it may freeze up on you. It may ask you to actually hard restart the phone a lot of times, and that can be a lot of can be a little frustrating at times. Wearable tech, and so that's where we're getting into the smartwatches. Uh, and I also put up here Google Glass. So if you don't know what Google Glass is, it's a people have yet to come up with the actual product and make it mainstream. But you're pretty much talking about these smart glasses that you can wear on a day-to-day basis. And what they do is they may put in some type of direction if you're walking with, trying to get your maps at the same time. So on your phone, on your watch, if you put in a direction for you to walk to, it will give you the arrow on when to turn the corner or what have you. Well, the Google Glass will actually put that into your peripheral to where you can actually see when you're supposed to turn. Okay. So it hasn't really hit the mainstream just yet. Um, I think some manufacturers have given up on it and actually are starting to turn the VR type of products. So actually going into virtual reality, putting a whole goggles over your face and taking away your peripherals to where it's putting you into a virtual world. Um, and I don't think is really caught on like that. And plus, a lot of people don't want to wear the bulky type, um, stereotypical black glasses like that. So until they come up with something more fashionable, I think actual having smart glasses is something that's a little bit to the future. Okay, so moving on to your smart device having some type of storage and some type of memory, right? So your book goes into how does your smartphone actually resembles a laptop. So it's able to go out to the internet, but the one thing that a laptop has over your smart devices, it probably has more storage in order to store your files and your pictures and uh, your music on, right? But a lot of these phones, they actually have storage that we can actually put more songs on them, more photos can be taken and videos can be recorded and then saved on our phone. Now, a lot of times, uh, this comes into the price of the phone, right? So you could get a 100 and matter of fact, let's just go ahead and just look at that. I'm going back to Google Glass, Best Buy, and a lot of times, um, you can buy the phone based off of what type of storage that it may have. I'm going straight iPhone. I bet this 14 is like $2,000. But anyway, so you could get like when you see the Apple 14 Pro, and you see a max of 256 gigabytes of storage. In today's world, that's considered to be fairly small, or right there on the medium side, right? So it's really when you look at that GB, right, that 256. I want you guys to think about how many pictures that you actually take, how many videos that you actually record. That's gonna actually play a part into how many apps you can actually download. And then it may cause your iPhone to kind of run slow if you have so many things blocking up that much storage space, because a computer is supposed to work like this. It's supposed to have its processor speed, and then it's supposed to have the storage and then the memory. And these three things work together in order to keep a speed type of reaction to whenever you're hitting that app is supposed to react, right? But if it's all clogged up with you got 2,000 pictures up there with um 40 videos recorded at 4K quality, it's going to eat up a lot of that space. And then you want to put your apps on top of that, it bogs down the actual processing speed in order to keep those things in place. So a lot of times, um, we go for a cheaper phone when it comes to the storage, but then when we actually are putting the phone to its everyday usage, we end up maxing out the phone more quickly than we actually bargained for. And I'll go on later in the lecture today and say how can we actually get maybe a cheaper phone, but then start putting things out there on the in the cloud, right? That way it could free up our space on that. Like nowadays you don't have to load your songs onto the phone. Back in my day of being at Morris, we had to no, we didn't have the phones could not get music at that time. That didn't come until I think 2012. But um back when I was in the army, you could load the actual songs onto the phone, right? But then that would eat up a lot of space. So nowadays you can actually stream the songs off your app. So Apple Music, I use Amazon. Um, music. You also got Tidal and these streaming platforms clear up that space that you actually taking up, putting on songs on your phone, and now you're just using the radio waves or the Wi-Fi waves to actually stream music. Great, but then like the bad part of that is that you gotta pay for that service, right? So it's things to wear out or weigh out, right? I really wanted to go back up in here and really just show you. So when I said that 256 was kind of like the medium of it, your internal memory could go all the way up to a terabyte, 1,000 gigabits, and that's OD in my opinion is too much. I mean, I don't think you're ever gonna use up 1,000 a terabyte worth of storage or have that many photos on your phone uh, without clearing it out, or the phone just breaking, or you upgrading the phone maybe in 2 or 3 years, right? Unless you just take pictures every day. But anyway, 512 is a little bit OD as well. I don't think you need to pay that much for it. I was sticking to 256 and use my cloud applications in order to offload some storage space in order to keep that freshness about my cell phone. Now this also applies to tablets as well, right? So your tablets work the same way as your phone, and whenever you have that storage space kind of gets loaded up, then you need to offload those type of photos and videos and documents that you have saved on your phone off to a cloud solution or onto some type of static solution. So with that, I'll transition back to the slides. Just to kind of finish this off, I would probably go with a 256, maybe a 128, because a 128 is pretty decent too. So, but anyway, if you had that 256 and you wanted to just offload all those files off to something that you have in your hand, you can have a flash drive or a USB. So this is goes here to this flash memory or USB component where you hook up your cell phone to your laptop and then you make those transactions between those two devices, right? So hopefully we're all familiar with USB and then what type of storage that there are. It's just kind of like having a hard drive in your hand that you could pretty much go from machine to machine. Okay. Same thing when it comes to the SD slots. If you have a Android phone, you probably be more familiar with the added memory that you could put into a SD slot versus an Apple phone. Apple phone doesn't allow that feature. So you're pretty much going to have to buy that out of the store. But with a Samsung, it may come with a SD slot on the side of the phone. It's not the slot for your phone provider, not that chip slot, the slot that you put in there and you put your actual service chip in there, but it's another actual insert, maybe on the other side of the phone, that you could put is removable. You could put extended memory on that side and actually get more storage. And so maybe if you had a lot of pictures on one side in a folder, you can actually just put a bigger chip or SD slot card in there that's maybe 256, and then load all your photos on there and then put that in storage, right? And take it out and then put a new one in there that's blank and then continue to go on with your daily activities. So that's removable storage. Now, from a security standpoint, we want to make sure that if we're telling someone to be mindful of our media or of our removable storage, we want to make sure that we don't lose our USBs. We don't use our SD cards. If you see one just, maybe laying down on the ground, do you want to actually pick that up and plug that in to see what that is? Hackers will purposely put viruses on USBs sticks and just leave them out there for people to actually pick them up. Okay, and it's a known. I've seen that type of attack just because we have penetration testing at my job, And we've seen that tactic happen to where people are curious by nature. If someone sees a USB drive that's just kind of sitting maybe in on the counter at the restroom, someone may pick that hard drive, that actual USB stick up and put it into their laptop, and now they have been affected by some type of virus. So other risks that we may be facing when it comes to our mobile devices is, of course, the classic, hey, someone stole my actual device. And also man in the middle attack. So remember that man in the middle is sniffing up the network, right? We're using Wireshark to look at the network going back and forth. And our cell phones are just like laptops. They actually communicate on the network going back and forth. So they can see that type of traffic. And we need to be mindful of that. So not necessarily, I don't want you guys to think that you need to use a VPN on your phone all the time, but just be mindful of, if you're opening up your browser on your phone and you're going to a unsecure site and you're doing a transaction of some sort, then someone can see that. Okay. So I don't want you to think that, hey, if someone is out here with a Wireshark and then I'm doing a texting back and forth, someone can see that. No, I'm more talking about doing transactions in a browser, doing laptop activities on your mobile devices, and then, someone looking at the traffic in that sense. Okay. So stolen devices, I want to jump back on that. Later on in the slides, I'll talk about how can we move on from our stolen devices. What should we be doing on a daily basis, just in case we actually lose or someone takes our phone? How do we get that information back? In most cases, you just gotta, bite the bullet on it and charge it, and just say, hey, I lost that information, but it's backed up here. So whenever I get my new phone, then I could just take all the information off the cloud and transfer it to my new phone. Okay. Now, if we put some security things into play, hopefully they should not be able to look at that information on that phone. They could just have the actual physical phone, but they should not be able to get into the software. Excuse me. So we also want to make sure that we are understanding that public networks, when we go to our Starbucks or we go to that hotel and we're connecting to a public network, that it could be vulnerable to certain type of people looking at that traffic. So we just want to keep those things in mind as well. Going to GPS. So your book goes into GPS and how these mobile devices can actually track you. A lot of times we have GPS turned on our phones and we don't really know that we have it turned on. So I wanted to show you exactly what I mean by that is that if you got it, you guys came into the room early, you seen that I was playing around with my Google account, and I was here on Google Maps. And if you go down to, let me show you how to get there. So if you go and you're looking at Google Maps, right? And if you go over to the three lines over here, which is more likely your menu, and you drop that or bring that out, then you can see where Google has been tracking me per se. And I think they've been tracking me since 2009, from what I've seen. But as you can see here, I clicked on timeline, and then it shows all the places that I pretty much been going at since the time they've been tracking me. Like I said, 2009, which is crazy, right? But these are places where I probably had some type of cell phone on me, and it checked into Google to update my location. Okay, and they're it's convenient to a certain extent, but then it's kind of creepy to where Google doesn't really put this in bold print for you to actually see. So it's kind of scary at the same time that someone is actually looking at the 289 places that I have visited. Let's see, the place I visited the most is Of course, my home, right? And then it got here at Cherry Park. I love to go to Cherry Park during my lunch breaks and take a walk. So um and you know the also another creepy thing about that is that it actually shows you here on the map where I've been at. So uh if this tells me about, if this is going on in my phone, could you imagine what they're tracking on your phone? Um have you guys ever went out there on Google and seen if they were tracking you like this? If you had an iPhone, have you gone into Apple Maps and seen if they have been updating where your locations are at? Um, it's just it's kind of weird, right? Bank of America Plaza. What the? I might have been there, maybe. Probably was. That's about the time we went out there for a Panthers game. But anyway, I thought it was kind of, cool, but at the same time, imagine if someone got this information about you, right? And now they could see, um, well, I know Lee lives here, and then um, he goes here, and let's see if we can go to the place details. Let's see what else information they can give us about it. They ain't showing that right now. Last time I visited. Well, they're not really giving me anything that I really want. But still, these are all places where it could be used against me, such as the daycare that I visit because I got to go pick up my son every day, right? So you can imagine how hackers could actually get this information and tell a lot about you just because Google is doing its due diligence on its customers. Now, let me explain what I just said about Google. Google is not just your favorite search engine. Um, it is a search engine that relies on you to give it information in order for them to sell your information to others to sell you products. Okay. So whenever you get Gmails or whenever you're going to YouTube or to really look at it, whenever you click on this ellipses over here and they show you all the good apps that they have, um, all these things are free, right? They don't charge you for nothing unless you want YouTube premium, so they don't have to give you ads. They don't charge you for none of this. They don't charge you for no emails or let's say Google Drive, where this is kind of like that cloud solution. I'll go back into that a little bit later. Google Photos. This is where I upload my photos when my cell phone gets full, right? They don't charge me for none of this unless I want more than what they're actually giving out, right? I got a calendar here, all this stuff that I could use to my benefits, right? And they don't charge for none of that. But what they do in the replace of that is that they may read my emails. They may look at what I've been looking at on YouTube. What have I put in here to search, right? And then they'll take that information and says, hey, Lee is looking at electronics. More likely he's a techie guy. Let's sell to him more tech stuff. That new technology that came out with Meta and it's the new virtual reality headset. Let's start putting the ads on his search engines so he can be more inclined to actually buy that product. That's what Google does. And it's kind of it's a give or take, right? So you don't like that, but at the same time, that's how they really make money, and they actually give you some good products that's actually for free. But on the flip side of that, they may be looking at where you go at all the time. So it's kind of yeah, bittersweet, right? So that's GPS. So what I would suggest to you guys is take some time and go into your settings on your phone, on your tablets, in your laptops. See if there's some type of GPS system actually tracking where you're at. If you don't like that, if you don't want that to happen, then turn it off. Um, And what I don't mean is on Apple when they ask you, hey, don't allow this app to track me. That's something totally different. That's something is more looking at your cookies on that application versus you actually leaving the campus and going down to Walmart. All right. So just take your time, see what's in your settings. Go into your settings on your Android or your Apple products and see exactly what's looking at you. And then is it recording those type of times where you're making stops? Now, going on to the next slide, we got installing unsecure applications. This is kind of simple, just because we all have been pretty much we know where we want to get applications from, but um, your book goes over it. And what I want you guys to understand is that uh, Apple has a way of having authorized applications to be installed, and that's only in the App Store on their devices. And Google Play Store is the way you want to get authorized applications from the Android side. Okay, um, so you don't want to really go out to any type of place such as Reddit or GitHub and then get those applications and install them around the safe. They put those stores in place in order for it to be a kind of a safe place to actually install those applications. Okay, so pretty simple here. Apple, we're going to the iOS store, and then Google, Android machines, we're probably going to go to a Google Play Store. Your book goes into actually understanding what this well it going off on our last slide of going to a authorized place to actually install new software. We want to make sure that if we don't understand where we're going at on the internet, that we probably want to stay clear of that, right? So if you see these type of QR codes and you're curious, you can go ahead and scan that and see where it takes you, right? So uh, that's a real QR code that I clipped and I put it into this slide. It doesn't take you to a malicious site, but I wanted to really kind of preface it to say, hey, if you see a QR code, to be wary of it. 9 times out of 10, I will feel more safe if it has some type of logo here in the middle. I'm sorry, had a logo here in the middle that kind of gives me an indication of where I would be going. So if I had a Facebook page that I would normally go to, it would be kind of centered in the middle to where, okay, I know I'm going to a Facebook page, but I just don't know which one that I'm going to go to. So just be wary of the QR codes. They're actually very convenient in actually showing or giving someone a link without actually giving them the actual phrase in order for them to type in. They could just scan the QR code with their camera, and then the smart device would actually take you to that actual website. But imagine if I was malicious, then I could have a QR code go to a malicious site, right? So we just take it as for what it is, and then we scan it, and someone hacked into my machine just that easy. So just be wearful of those type of untrusted content, QR codes, and things of that nature. Moving on, we started. The book goes into bring your own device, BYOD, and this is a big topic for IT departments, just because it's bringing in devices that they are unaware of. And so to give an example is that you just started a new job and the new job doesn't give you a new cell phone. They don't give you a company issued cell phone. They say, hey, you could put our email, our personal emails that we get within the company onto your personal phone. Okay, so now you have your personal emails on your personal phone as well as the company emails on your personal phone. Now, here's the thing about that is that the risk comes in is that let's say if you you downloaded a application from GitHub, and now it affected your personal device. Well, and while it affected that, and now it's reading all the material on your phone, it's actually reading into the company's email. And so now the company is under attack because you personally went on to GitHub and installed something that you shouldn't have done personally. The problem is that the company has no jurisdiction over your personal devices. They just have the jurisdiction over their actual data that they put on their email. But since they said, "Hey, you know what? We will allow you to have that on your personal device," they have taken that risk on to say, "Hey, if you get affected, then we don't mind. We will accept that risk that if you install something that you shouldn't have, we'll accept that risk if our information leaves that way of it being on your personal machine." So a lot of IT departments, they try to stay away from bring your own device, but in some cases you don't have enough budget to give everyone a iPad and an iPhone or a Samsung product just because it's not into the IT department's budget, right? So a lot of times we want to keep people informed within the business, but then we will have to say, "Hey, we just want to get your personal phone number so we can call you, but we don't want you to put company email onto your phone." And you need to actually have policies in order to understand what's going on there. Um, so bring your own device is sketchy. Some people don't like it. From an employee standpoint, it's easier, right? It's easier to have one phone on you and actually check your emails and actually get work done on your personal phone. And then when you're done with that company, you could just easily discard of the application. But from a IT standpoint of it, or a cybersecurity standpoint, it's very easy for that information to leave out on doing a personal uh, on a personal device. So different ways we could secure our mobile devices. Again, like I said with the GPS slide, I said, "Hey, if you're not using that GPS or you don't want that on, see if you could disable that feature." And that goes for any other features that you see on your settings. Go in there, see if you're actually using them, and then if you're not using them, just turn them off. Right? That way, you're not having a. The more features you leave open, the more features you are vulnerable to an attack. So if you're not using GPS on your device, but I'm a hacker that, yeah, I specialize in looking at uh, the Google Maps to see exactly where you've been, then I can use that. But if I go ahead and shut that down as a user, then that takes away that vector. That takes away that avenue of me as a hacker getting into your information. So if you don't need that feature on your phone, go ahead and disable it. Now that goes into the second one, right? A lot of times when I say that, people think that I mean disable face unlock or fingerprint unlock. That doesn't mean that. You want to have those personal biometrics on, in my opinion. You at least need a pin, right? Even if you don't want to be quote unquote in the system, because it takes a outline of your face in order for you to unlock your phone. You at least need a 4 digit to 6 digit pin, maybe an 8 digit pin, in order to open your phone. Because if you lose that, and you don't have a pin or you don't have those features to actually open your phone, then someone can actually have access to everything, right? And then there's no saving it after that. But at least if we have a fingerprint or if a face recognition or a pin, then we're able to say, "Hey, okay, at least they shouldn't be able to get into my phone. Um, they shouldn't be able to get into my phone just because I have these things lined up, right?" So when I say disable features that you don't use, I don't really mean the facial and the facial recognition as well as the fingerprint um, unlocks. Also, when we're upgrading a phone, going into our last section right here, and you're upgrading a phone, it's very important to set it back to factory settings. Go ahead and erase all of those features, that data that you put in there. Erase all of those things. Just because you don't know if you're going to sell that phone, you don't know if you're going to use it again. But just from a security standpoint, you want to reset all of those things back to a factory setting. Now, when it comes to Apple, Apple is very stickler to signing you into iCloud in the beginning. So you're probably already locked into iCloud. And in order to sell that phone, when you reset it back to factory settings, you need to know that password in order to unlock that phone to set it back to factory settings so someone else could actually get it. So just keep those things in mind. I know iCloud is it's very cumbersome to actually remember those passwords and then get a new phone and set it all up. But it's actually, if you could keep up with those passwords, it's very seamless in order to go from uh, device to device. Okay. But setting it back to factory settings is always, wiping that data is always something that I would suggest. Now, mobile device management. When we're talking about being in a enterprise setting, and we're talking about companies giving out mobile devices, they're going to need some type of software to manage each one of those devices and actually see exactly what you're putting on your device. So they can use the software to see if you downloaded some type of gaming app, or if you downloaded Instagram and there's no reason for you to have it. And so they can see what you actually downloaded, and then some software will actually send a signal out in order for you to actually remove those applications. Or they could send you an email and say, hey, Lee, you downloaded TikTok. There's no need for you to have it. Go ahead and remove that from your company issued device. Okay. But with the companies that I've been with, I haven't seen something like that. Normally, when they give you a company issue phone, you could do with whatever you want to do with it. Just be mindful that company information is on these phones. And so if you lose the phone, if you leave it somewhere and you forget it and now it's lost, then hopefully you have those passwords on there so no one can get into the device. Then two, uh, you need to let the IT department who has this mobile device management tool know that they can actually remote wipe the phone. So they will send a signal out, and that automatically causes the phone to go into a factory reset, and it wipes the whole phone clean. And now they don't have to worry about their data being in the wrong hands. The funny thing about that is that those um, that remote wiping feature for this mobile device management tool is caused by the GPS being turned on that phone. So it needs to go up to the satellite in space to see exactly where that phone is at on the Earth, and then it sends that signal down in order to go into an automatic reset mode. Okay, so if you have a company issue phone, you're probably not going to turn off your GPS just because they need that feature to be on, right? So they probably will disable you from actually turning that feature off. But with your personal phone, hey, I would say turn it off. But anyway, last slide here. So let's go ahead and let's get back to the cloud solutions. Let me pull my web cloud back up, not my web cloud, my web browser back up. And so when I was talking about having so many videos, photos on your phone, documents saved on your phone, you can actually throw these things into something like a Google Drive. You can actually set like for my photos, where is it? Well, for my photos, I actually use Google Photos. And I have Google Photos automatically pulls my photos off my phone and uploads them to the cloud. And so now if I get a new phone, I can just go ahead and download the app for my phone again, the Google Photos app, and then take all the things that automatically uploaded to the cloud and throw them on my new phone. Okay, so that's what I meant by if we ever lose our phone, our our data should be constantly backing up to the cloud. That way, if we ever lose it or someone hacks us and we have to get rid of that actual device, we can get our new device and then just put the applications on that new phone and then just download the things that we already have in the cloud. Okay, so Google gives you this for free. With Apple, you have to go to iCloud here, and again, that's having that if you understand, not understand, but if you know your Apple ID as well as your password, this is automatically kind of set up when you first turn on the phone. So having this actually set up is actually great for switching, excuse me, switching phones. The problem with iCloud that I see is that they don't give you much storage, and then they want you to pay for the extra storage, right? So eh, it goes back to how they nickel and dime you here with the actual buying of the phone. So if you get a 512 gigabit of storage on that phone, and then maybe you can get a free subscription to iCloud and have all your photos there. But then what do you do when you finally fill up the iCloud and you're getting close to filling up your phone? Then you probably need to put in a USB device and a thumb drive and actually save those things off your iCloud onto that thumb drive in order for you to have more room, right? In order to clear out that iCloud and then bring everything off that phone into the iCloud again. And so you just need to keep the physical USB drive in your possession. Okay. So the cloud is your friend. The cloud is going to help you against losing your phones, um, losing your tablets, even when it comes to your laptops. Putting those documents out there in cloud solutions is a great thing. Just understanding that they are being locked down by your username and password is just probably the biggest thing about that. Okay. So with that, that's all I have. Do you guys got any questions for me?
This meeting is being recorded.
All right. So what I'm gonna do here is just to check my task manager. And this is nothing that you guys have to know or anything like that. Just kind of what I go through to make sure that my PC is running at a good usage. So you see here, um, you can see Chrome is taking up a lot of my memory as well as my CPU. And that's because we're doing a stream. And so when you're doing a stream, remember that we're connecting all devices into one application, and packets need to be delivered from my place over to your place, wherever you're watching me at. So there's a lot of network traffic going back and forth, and it could use up a lot of memory. So whenever you're going out there and you're buying a new PC or a new MacBook or whatever, just make sure the memory is what you want to really look at. The memory allows you to um, do multiple applications at one time, multiple tasks. And this is what I mean by multiple tasks. I'm running my antivirus in the background. I got the Zoom meeting just kind of listening. But I also have PowerPoint waiting for the presentation today. But the things that I only got like maybe 4 tabs open, maybe 5 for Google, and it's doing all of this stuff in the background, right? So that's why we want a lot of memory on our devices that we want to shop for, so we can do multiple things at one time. Okay, so I think I'm good for today. Um, I'm almost done with the actual update. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump into the lesson. So on Monday we talked about encryption and how do we use it. You know, the different applications, different devices that uses encryption, and exactly what are we using encryption for? And that's pretty much confidentiality of our data. We also talked about the integrity that it holds when it comes to making sure that no one can change that data. Now, I talked about having that homework piece out there, so you can actually see using encryption in a real life scenario. So the only thing I ask you to do is just to go in and create a screenshot of a Word document where you put an encryption on the put an encrypted password on that document, so it won't be seen by anybody. Now, this goes into what we were talking about Monday with symmetric and asymmetric keys. That password that you put on that Word document, and we're going to turn in for homework, is an example of symmetric keys. Document, and then in order for me to see it as a teacher, you need to give me that same key, right? And that works in any scenario when it comes to symmetric keys. We're using the same key to actually lock it, and then the same key to unlock it. Okay. Now I'll get to asymmetric in a minute, but I wanted to go over and show you um, the screenshot how I wanted it actually submitted, because on the LMS it's going to ask you to upload a file, and in order to upload that file, we need to um, no, get out of that. We need to um, turn that screenshot into an actual uploadable file, right? So what I'm going to do, let me go to my home and I'm going to go to the LMS, and I'm going to my course. And what I want to do is I want to change the view to a student. And I'm going to go to coursework. Now you guys will see this right here, right? And once you click on it, so this is the description of the homework, and you'll click on it, but what it's going to ask you to do is to upload that one file, right? And when you upload that file, when you click on that, it's going to ask you to choose that file wherever it's saved on your desktop or computer, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So let's go ahead and open up a Word document here. And my Chris test here. And so I'm putting my password because I already encrypted it. So it's going to open up. This is the way we did it is we went to the file option, info, and then we put the password on it, right? So what I wanted is you're going to bring out your snipping tool. So you're going to go back to your start menu and type in snipping tool. And this is how we're going to create that screenshot. Gonna bring up snipping tool, and then we're going to hit new. And that allows me to make my screenshot here. Boom. And what I can do now is I can take this, copy it, go back to my Word document here, create a blank document, do a Control V, paste that in there, or you can right click. Let me show you that. You can right click. Oh, Jesus. And you can paste that in there like so. Okay. It's somewhere, man. There it is. So, okay. Now, what we're going to do in order to upload it to the LMS, we're going to save it as whatever you want to save it. But the more important thing is how you're going to actually find it. So you want to make sure that you click on this PC. Okay. And what I like to do is click on more options and go and navigate to your desktop. That way, whenever you save it and you close that window, it'll be on those folders and documents on your desktop. So we're going to save it as homework 1. It's going to be on my desktop. I'm going to save it. All right, so it's saved to this PC. Now I can minimize that. Let's minimize all this, right? And y'all see my desktop here is full of stuff, but that file document is right here. Okay, so now I can go back to my LMS and upload that file. I'll go to choose file and do upload. I want to go to my desktop and I want to look for that file that I actually saved, which is homework 1. Hit open, that uploads it, and you're going to hit insert. Okay, label as you don't really need to put a label, but just add the file. And that what's it uploads the piece for homework, for the homework assignment that we have. Okay, so if you need a rerun, I'm recording this session. Just go ahead and play this session back, this lecture back, and that's how we're gonna upload it to the LMS for a grading point. Okay, so I'll make sure I upload this video by the end of the day, as well as the one from Monday. Okay. All right. So I'm glad I was able to show that. Let's get back to the symmetric. So taking that screenshot again was a great example of symmetric keys. You know the key, which is the password. In order for someone to open that document, they will need to know that same key. Now, when it comes to asymmetric keys, we're putting, remember, those are 2 keys that are mathematically joined together. And we're going to put one key out there for the public, but yet we're going to keep our private key. Okay. And a great example of this is just having that HTTPS on our URLs. So a lot of times when we go to, when we're on a desktop and we're seeing, we're going to our favorite website, we may see HTTPS : // with this little green lock, or it may be gray, right? So let's go back to, we can go here to the LMS and we can see how up in here with in the URL, we have our little gray lock with the URL right beside it. That means that it's using encryption in order to talk to different servers that have their public key. Okay, so that public key is distributed out through a certificate, which we went over last time. So remember, whenever we see any kind of out of date certificates, there's a good chance that they need to just upgrade or update their certificate, but it doesn't mean that it's compromised yet. It stands a chance of being compromised. Okay, so just keep that in mind when it comes to those certificates. I had a website that I could show you, but I don't have it saved, so let's not jump into it. But this is a good chance, a good way for you to see HTTPS displaying asymmetric keys in the real world. Okay. So jumping on to the next slide, we got the different type of protocols that encryption uses. So 9 times out of 10, well, let me explain protocols. A protocol is the way computers talk to each other. That's how, they just don't trade packets just to trade packets, and it knows exactly how it wants to read that packet and then perform the action. It's different types of ways that computers want to actually talk to each other and then perform different tasks. You could have a task where I want to send you a file. I want to send you an actual, just like how we just showed uploading that file to the LMS. We could have a function where we want to have that. We want computers to actually do that. So when I look at here and I see that upload file, it's not using a protocol to actually be secure. It's using a protocol to actually say, hey, send this whole file over. Okay, and that file is called FTP. So in order to use that or to tell a computer, hey, I want this whole file in order to show you a Word document, it needs to use the protocol FTP. Now, there are hundreds of different protocols that we use on a daily basis, right? But they are some protocols that are well known that we probably need to be familiar with. And FTP and HTTPS is just one of them, or two of them, sorry. But protocols are the way that we want to have a computer actually perform a different task. Now, going back to our slide here, HTTPS is a way that encryption uses that protocol in order to have encryption incorporated with it. So whenever I go to a particular website, I'm going to use HTTPS in order to apply encryption in order to be secure, in order to have that confidentiality and making sure that if someone is snooping on my network, that they're not able to see the actual traffic that's going back and forth. Now, IPsec, the first protocol that I have here, is a different protocol where it doesn't use the web browser to actually apply encryption. It uses more of the whole traffic of the network in order to wrap it around a tunnel. And what I mean by that is that um, whenever you're communicating with a different PC over the network, and I'm sending, let's say we're talking about Zoom here, and I'm sending traffic to Kareem's PC, then that traffic is wrapped around a IPsec protocol, which allows it to be confidential going over the network. Okay. Now that's different than HTTPS, but it can have, those two can work in conjunction. I can use IPsec to send traffic to Kareem, but I also can use HTTPS when showing him a web browser, right? And so I'm using two types of encryption within one communicating factor. Okay, so IPsec wraps around the network, wraps around the traffic of the network, and it creates a secure tunnel. HTTPS is going to make sure that those web browsing public and private keys are actually secure. Now, your textbook also went into hard disk drive encryption, and that's where we're encrypting the whole hard drive um, with encryption, and we're making it unreadable for anybody who doesn't know the code to get in. So think about your homework assignment of actually encrypting that one file. Um, we are actually doing that for the whole hard drive, and it could have some benefits of it, but it also could poses some problems, right? The benefits of it is that if we having some sensitive information on that, then we want to make sure the person who's in charge of that PC, they understand what password is needed on that in order to get into it, and then we also are keeping that data secure from anyone else from actually getting to that PC, right? So if they accidentally leave it somewhere and someone opens it up and tries to go into it, they're faced with the password off of the boot up. Okay, but the bad points about that is just the same, right? Where if I leave it somewhere, um, then or I'm sorry, if I forget the password, then it's just as good as me leaving it somewhere, right? Where I can't get into it. So now potentially that data is lost forever until I'm able to recover that password mentally. Nine times out of 10, whenever we're doing a hard drive disk encryption, there's no way of recovering that password or doing a I forgot password option and then resetting that password. It's pretty much, hey, this is the password. Either write it down, which is not advised, or just remember it. And so it becomes a, how much of a risk factor do you want to actually take with this option? Um, Now, in the real world, this is often used in ransomware. This is exactly what a ransomware attack would do to your computer. If you click on a false link or a vulnerable link, and then the attacker is able to attack your hard drive, what they do is they encrypt your hard drive with a password. That's the only thing they do. They encrypt the put an encrypted password on your hard drive. Now you're not able to open anything because it's requiring that password, right? And so that's where we want to avoid that altogether, because if we never get the password from the attacker, we will never get that information back, right? But even if we pay the ransom and we're able to log into it, again, there's no guarantee that the attacker would um, put that ransomware back on, because the ransomware needs to install onto the hard drive in order to encrypt it. Well, it could be a place where they're putting in. Give me 1 second. They're asking me to restart, but it could be a place where um, once it installs that ransomware, it's installing a backdoor or something that lies dormant onto the hard drive. And so whenever you pay the ransom, that's fine. He'll leave you alone for now, but maybe 6 months down the road, it automatically creates kind of a logic bomb technique where it encrypts your hard drive again. Okay. And he asks you for another ransom. Okay. So when it comes to ransomware, we always want to make sure that we use backups, and we just take the PC off the network, and we get it back to a working order with the backups that we have. I'm gonna close this down. Okay. Now, the book also went into the CA's requirements for actually putting out different types of certificates for that. Whenever you're having a web browser or website put out. So remember, a CA is a validating authority in order to validate who you are on the internet. Okay. So going back to our example here in uh, our LMS, or you know what? Let's get out of the LMS. Let's go to my favorite ESPN. And we go and we open up their certificate. We can see that the CA is an Intrust. Intrust is a company that is one of the big companies that actually hands out certificates for companies. So if we do a copy and a paste there, and we open up a Google search for them, we can go to their website and we can look around. You see, as it's asking me for cookies, but anyway, you can look around to see exactly what Intrust is about. Why is it a trusted partner when it comes to being a CA for certificate distribution? Going back to our slides here, now that CA is going to ask for different things when it comes to validating you on that network or on the website. They're going to ask for that common name. A lot of times you'll see a fully qualified domain name, and what that means is that you certain protocol called DNS, and DNS is the way that computers are able to see. They can compare your IP address to your actual web address. So your IP address is numbers, right? But a computer doesn't know how to go to Disney.com. It knows how to go to the IP address that's associated with Disney.com. And so, with that being said, sometimes a fully qualified domain name falls under different types of names. And in order to have those names matched up with the IP addresses, a CA will want all of those domain names that you could be going to. So you may not just have a web server, you may have an email server that's giving out emails under Disney.com. Okay, so they want to know all of the domain servers names that you have associated with that company. Of course, they're going to want your business name and the division of the organization, but they also want to know the city and state and the country, right? So they're not just dealing with people in the US, they're going to deal with people in Asia, Africa, so on and so forth around the world. They're also going to want to know that email address, right? So remember when I did that NS lookup and we saw people's names for Claflin University. Remember, when we're registering with the CA, we want to give them some type of generic name. We don't necessarily want to give the actual person to that web server to that CA, because they're going to put it right in there, and now it's public knowledge whenever we want to do an NS lookup. So we want to do a kind of a generic name, support.claflin.edu, right? And we want to make sure that we have that and have that email set up to go to different people who work at that particular organization. Now, overall, when we're talking about encryption is just making something, making plain text into encryption. I'm sorry, into unreadable text. So we're going to take plain text and we're going to make it unreadable. But sometimes we don't want to necessarily encrypt it. We want to make it hidden, so to say, right? So just kind of putting a veil over it, not necessarily showing you exactly what's actually being put there. And that's called obfuscation. And a lot of times, obfuscation, we see that when it comes to logging into different websites. So what I'll do here is I'll go to USA.com and I can go to log on and I could put in my username. But here's where obfuscation comes into play at, right? I'm putting in my password, and while my password is behind these dots here, it's not actually applying any type of encryption to it, right? It actually gives you a option over here. They didn't do this back in the day, but now they do, because it sometimes can be confusing when you just see dots come on the screen and you're not actually matching those dots with your finger strokes. So you kind of mess up your password a lot of times, and then you mess it up enough time to where you're locked out of your machine, out of your username. So what they'll do is they'll give you a show button here, and you can see that this is not my real password, but it shows you, it takes away that obfuscation and shows you exactly what you wanted to put in, right? But this is an example of obfuscation just by putting the dots. Okay, so if I have anybody shoulder surfing or looking over my shoulder at my screen, and if I don't have those dots there, then they can easily take a screenshot with their phone, or take a picture, I'm sorry, and just use that for later use. Okay, so that's a good example of obfuscation. Um, so moving on, the types of attacks that encryption actually prevents, or actually makes it harder for attackers to actually get the reward that they want, are your typical man in the middle attacks. Those people who are using Wireshark. Um, Remember, Wireshark is just a sniffing tool, a protocol analyzer tool. Tool is the proper word for it. As you see here. Now, remember what Wireshark can do. I can go to any place in the world with my PC. No one has to know that I'm running this application. And I could just click on the Wi-Fi here and then be able to capture packets as they go through. Okay, real time. So those are what you call man in the middle. Now, mind you, I clicked on my Wi-Fi, but that doesn't mean that I'm not capturing the data from someone who's on my Wi-Fi. Let's say if I have a neighbor that's using my Wi-Fi and I don't really know that they just connect, because you know when you connect to a Wi-Fi signal, no one knows that you connected unless they're looking at the traffic. Okay. So let's say if my neighbor, he got onto my Wi-Fi and now he's doing illegal activities on my Wi-Fi. I can use Wireshark to kind of look at the traffic and then see, well, I don't know who addresses 162.12.234.96. Let's do a lookup. Let's try to find out who is that. Let's see if I can do a quick. So this is a CMD, which is a command prompt. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, I want to do, sorry for a second. What I want to do is I want to say NS lookup, all one word, enter. Let's put in 162.12.234.96. That is Zoom. So that's it came back to, okay, Zoom is doing all of this traffic here. That's the source, right? So it's talking to 192.168.0.148. Now, more than likely, that's me, my PC. So let's check it out. I could do 168.0.148. And yes, that's the name of my computer. So I can see here that this is the data. This is one packet, or anything that's coming from 148, this IP address is my PC. So let's go into it. And we can start digging into, you see how it's encrypted, right? Because we're using, remember, let me see if I could bring that over. I guess, yeah, y'all can see that. So remember, I'm on my website, my web browser doing the screen today. So we're using HTTPS in order to communicate. Okay. So HTTPS is a protocol that uses encryption, right? That's why we have the little gray lock up here. We have our certificate. We're using what? We're using asymmetric keys in order to talk back and forth through Zoom. Okay. So that's what Wireshark can actually, you can start doing some reconnaissance, some snooping around. If you have bad intentions, that makes you a threat actor, right? Now you're going to actually use Wireshark to, go on and look at the traffic that's going across the network and then see if you can find out the victim that you want. Okay. And once you find that victim, now you're going to actually start drilling down into these packets, looking at them, seeing exactly what's going on, what's being sent. Okay. And that's called man in the middle. Now, the man in the middle is not necessarily an attack. It's just you're sitting on the network capturing what's going back and forth. You haven't committed any crime just yet. Now, it could go into privacy laws, but for the most part, it doesn't really. I mean, it's kind of edgy. But anyway, encryption always also goes against downgrade attacks, where we are trying to upgrade our systems, or maybe we have systems that are not up to date yet, and they don't communicate on a particular level where we're using a particular encryption level. Okay, so remember when I said in Monday's class, MD5 is a protocol, a hashing function that's considered to be unsecure. AES is unsecure. So say if we run into a issue where a PC only runs AES, well, now it's they're vulnerable to that downgrade attack, where we can use an attack against that encryption in order to break that the network that we are using Wireshark to see going back and forth. We can use an attack to go against that old encryption method, break it, and then see what's actually the contents inside. Okay. Same thing when it comes to replay attacks. Well, not the same thing, but encryption also works against replay attacks where I'm using someone's session key in order to replay it for my own benefit. Now I'm using Wireshark again. I can see the session key that's in Wireshark, and now I can take that session key, open up a web browser on my side, and then be able to use that session key in order to go into your bank account or go into your account on whatever website that I want if I have that session key that's for that site. Okay. So once I'm able to grab that session key, I can pose as you and do legitimate things because I have that session key that was applied for implied to your user account. Okay, but encryption, hopefully, it stops that thing those things from being seen. Right, if we're running the necessary encryption on that session, then we don't have to really worry about anyone grabbing that session key and then replaying it for their use. Okay, so that's all I have for today. Hopefully that was a little bit more engaging when it came to record.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, so chapter 9, we go into wireless network security. It first started talking off about Bluetooth attacks, being able to have Bluetooth enabled on your wireless device, and then someone able to actually get close enough to you to actually steal information away from you. So while we look at Bluetooth devices as being very convenient for us, we got our AirPods in, or we got our headphones on, or we connected to a car. Hackers can take those two things, or those that convenience that we have, and then use it to their advantages by actually sending you information that you don't really want. That's what you call blue snarfing here, where a theft. I'm sorry, blue jacking, where we're sending information to someone that we really don't want. That's blue jacking, and then blue snarfing is when we take information away from someone via Bluetooth. So we're actually able to connect to them and then actually send contacts over, pictures over, videos, anything across the network from your device to my device as being the hacker. We used to see this a lot back in the day when we had PDAs. PDAs came out and they were kind of like the first smart device that was actually handheld. So it was as big as your iPhone, but it was supposed to be more smarter than your normal Nokia phone at the time. Um, where cell phones back in the early 2000s, just it had enough information to have your phone number, contacts, and maybe one game which was pixelated to Snake or some other really simple game. It really didn't do the internet type capabilities that your smart devices had now. So we had this thing called a PDA, which was kind of like a small version of a laptop, which was like I said, about as big as a iPhone Pro now, any kind of Pro Max that you may have. So it could do several things like go on the internet, keep more functions than your regular cell phone would have. The problem is that when it came to having Bluetooth on those type of devices, you can actually send files back and forth. And before they actually got smart to the fact of actually putting security on your Bluetooth or telling you to turn your Bluetooth off, a lot of people will connect to these PDAs and then pull important information off. Now, you didn't normally see a regular person with a PDA, but if you would go to a Walmart or a Kmart, for example, you can see those stores actually having those PDAs in hand and actually doing inventory of stock products with their PDAs, right? So we can actually take some of that information off that PDA and then transfer it to ours if we're in the same vicinity. Um, so nowadays you don't necessarily see that happening via Bluetooth. What you see is an attack where you have near field communications, NFC type of attacks. And I don't know if you guys have seen the commercials where they want you to buy this type of metal that goes into your wallet, and that causes a friction in the radio waves between um, your credit cards that actually use NFC technology in order for you to tap to pay, or your phone that actually, whenever you don't have your debit card on you, you can tap your smartwatch, or you can tap your phone to the actual swiper, and then it actually transfers your bank account information via the radio waves. Well, a hacker can come and sit beside you in a let's say a park, right? Let's say if they at Dillon Park and they sit beside you on the bench, and then while they're on their phone, they can actually transfer that information off of your wallet from your cards onto their actual device, and then steal that information away from you. So while NFC is cool and it's more convenient, again, um, hackers are not necessarily looking for a conveniency, but they're looking for the convenience in actually taking advantage of you. So I don't know if you guys seen those type of commercials where you can buy those type of metal protectors to protect or kind of disrupt those radio waves that allow you to transfer data back and forth. But what they're doing is disrupting the NFC fields in order for you to tap to pay, right? So just keep those things in mind. Do you really need it? Um, it's convenient. I'm not gonna lie. It is convenient to not really if you got your hands filled and you just need to tap your watch real quick. I think that's nice to have, but just keep in mind that if you're not using that technology, don't open yourself to an attacker actually getting connected um, to you and actually stealing some information off you. Next, we got Wi-Fi protected setup, which is WPS. And going back to the example where I was asking you guys to actually put, well, saying if we wanted a better Wi-Fi signal in the dorms, we might want to put a repeater out there in order to repeat the Wi-Fi signal throughout the dorm. We will use I would if I would actually do that, I would take my extenders that I have and I will go to the main router that's in that dorm, and 9 times out of 10 I'm going to see this button here, WPS, in order to connect those two devices over the radio waves. So think of it kind of like a NFC type of a function where you're doing a tap to play and it's communicating over the radio waves. WPS does the same thing, but it sets it up in a more secure mode to where I'm not able to sniff that traffic out, right? So I'm able to make that connection from one device to the next, and now I'm connected to that Wi-Fi network, and I can put it throughout the dorm wherever I feel like it. Or if this was a household setting, I can put that new extender wherever I want to put it at, and still be connected to the network. So that's how it's a very convenient way of um, buying an extender and saying, hey, all right, I'm gonna put it close to my router that's already in place, hitting those buttons pretty much simultaneously, and they communicate to each other that way and say, hey, I'm new to the space, I'm here to extend the network. And the primary router will say, okay, let me put you onto the network, and then I will have you as an extender. You can go wherever you want to be put at afterwards. So then you can unplug it and then go at the end of the hallway or go upstairs, mount it wherever you want to mount it at, plug it back in, and then it communicates back to the primary router and sets up the signal that way. Now, this also works on printers as well. So um, a lot of these wireless printers, they have that WPS function on them to where, again, you could just put it close to your router, hit those buttons at the same time. They communicate automatically. Now, if you don't want to do that and you wanted to manually configure these devices, you would have to go into the interfaces of the new device and then connect it to the old device, which is a little cumbersome, right? Um, it's a lot easier to go about it just setting it up on a WPS. Next slide, we got the SSIDs. I remember talking to you guys about the SSIDs last time, showing you what I had on my network. I gave you a screenshot here, but basically, I want you to just remember when it comes to SSIDs, is that do we want to actually show our SSID or not? Do we want to broadcast what actual Wi-Fi network we're actually putting out there, or do we just kind of want to under we want to have a true understanding of what it is, and so whenever someone wants to get onto your Wi-Fi, you have to give them the direct name. So that could be a little cumbersome to where, if you having a lot of guests over and they want to get onto your Wi-Fi, you don't really know the particular name, the exact spelling of it, they will never find your Wi-Fi. So a lot of people will choose to broadcast their SSID in order for people to connect to it, without any issues. Okay. Moving on, we got WPA and WPA2. And this is how we want to encrypt our network when it comes to actual connecting, and then what type of encryption we want to have over our network in order to connect to it. Okay, so what I mean by that is um, here you see the screenshot that I have of my router. We go into Mitchell Main, but then we can set our security mode up to WPA2 in order to use encryption on our network password that we're going to set up. So let me show you that. Let me get to a browser and let's pull up my router. Excuse me. 192.168.0.1. Still saying my browser is out of date, which is not. Log into my router here. And like I said, let's go into, should have showed you the password again, but it's all right. Y'all see I didn't change my password since the last time I blooped up and did it. So if y'all looking at this video again, if you wanted to come up and get on to my Wi-Fi, you know the password to get onto it. But anyway, we got the security mode here. We can change it to TKIP and AES. Now, the thing about the TKIP and the AES mode is that these are known unsecure methods of encryption on the network. So we don't want to use these. If we're going to use anything, we want to make sure we just keep it at AES. If you see anything with TKIP on it, Tango, Kilo, India, Papa, which is TKIP. We want to make sure that we don't use that. That is a known unsecured network, okay, or encryption. So we want to make sure that we use AES when it comes to pre-share keys, which is WPA2, okay? And a lot of times in these routers, it'll show that it's recommended that we use this type of encryption on it, okay? So again, going back to my previous slide, you can see if I wanted to actually broadcast my SSID, if I wanted to take that off, then now whenever I go to my networks and I want to connect to a network, I won't see Mitchell Main here. Okay. If I wanted to actually disable this network altogether, I could just hit that, hit save, and then like I did in the last class, I'll drop away from the actual Zoom call. Okay. So let's jump back to our last slide here. Well, let me close this out. Log out of that. And just to kind of let me not practice what I preach. The reason why I'm not changing my password, because you guys saw it, is because I have so many things that are using my network password, and so when you change that password on your Wi-Fi, you disconnect everything that's connected to the Wi-Fi, and I don't have time to go through and actually connect everything back. right now. So I'm not practicing um, good security measures because I've shown myself to be vulnerable to show my password, but yet I'm not taking the due diligence to actually go and change the password on my phones, um, all my laptops, gaming systems, anything else that's actually connected to my Wi-Fi. So the reason why I'm doing that is just it's not convenient for me to actually do so. Um, but you should. That's the good security practices. Is that if anyone sees your password by mistake or on purpose, then you should take the appropriate measures to change it to keep things secure. All right, so last slide here. Let's go into captive portals. That's supposed to be another P. Captive portals. And what that says is that you want to, before someone gets onto your network, if you can send them to a captive portal to actually encrypt the encrypt their network connection once they log on to your network. You see this a lot of times in hotels. Whenever you log into a hotel network, they will ask you to go to a particular page and then accept the policies there, right? Remember in the the first couple of lectures that I gave you guys, I told you about acceptive use policies. What can you do on my network? What shouldn't you do on my network? What am I responsible for? Right? Those policies need to be put out there, just in case anyone comes out there and actually does some illegal things on your network. So captive portals can go ahead and give you an opportunity to put that policy out, and then for have your users accept that policy. Okay. So again, when you see captive portals, remember if you go to a Starbucks or you go to a hotel and you try to get onto their Wi-Fi, before they actually give you access to any type of websites, they'll ask you to go to this captive portal, accept the terms and policies, and then you're free to roam around the internet after you have accepted those policies. Because if anything comes back to where you're doing illegal activities on their Wi-Fi, then that keeps them from being legally um, not tied to it. So if you do any type of illegal transactions, they're not legally tied to it. They could say, hey, this user saw my policies and they accepted it. So I'm not legally tied to it, but I can give you all their information while they were on my router. Okay. Moving on to role access point discovery tools. So a lot of times you'll see some people get onto a network and you may see a duplication of the same network, right? Uh, Let me see if I can show you that. Let's go back to this slide. And so what I mean by the same duplication of the same network is where uh, you see this areas network here is very similar. But when you see a duplication, you will see something that says areas, and then it will be exactly uh, 7B41 and maybe an underscore at the end or a exclamation mark at the end. But either way, it's very similar to that actual broadcast name. And a lot of times those are hackers sitting out there waiting for you to connect to their network. And then now they're able to sniff the traffic that you basically volunteered for them. That's called evil twin type of attack. Um, we want to make sure that we are aware of what type of broadcast we're connecting to. If we don't have an understanding of um, what Mark H is, if this just happened to pop up on our network or in our vicinity to where we see it, maybe we don't want to actually connect to it. Maybe we want to stay clear of that. So that's what I mean by actual rogue AP access points. So we want to make sure that if we only are aware of these three at the top, and then all of a sudden all of these actually showed up later on, then we could consider these to be rogue access points. Maybe someone has plugged into our network and put up their own router in order to broadcast out. Okay. Um, if going back to the example in the dorm, if you didn't get permission from IT and then you plug into your own router uh, at the schoolhouse, and then you're connected to their router, but actually giving off a broadcast signal under your own particular name, and you didn't get permission from Morris to actually do it, then that's called a rogue access point. And they should be able to detect that and then get you off the network. Okay. But a lot of times people don't have any tools to actually detect it. You have to actually just kind of ride around and see exactly who's broadcasting those names out. um, so again, going back to, if you want to keep your rogue access point, maybe you want to turn off that broadcast name. Last thing here, we got power level controls. So on our routers, sometimes we can well, not sometimes, we can change the power levels of how strong the radio signal is in order to broadcast out. So if I'm thinking, let's say if I have a router in the library on campus, and I wanted to reach the auditorium that's right beside it. Maybe I want to boost up that radio signal enough in order to reach that whole particular building, um, and include the, I don't know if it's still the art class on the side, but where the chorale practice at, in the back when I went, it was the art class. If I wanted to include those two classrooms on the side, maybe I want to broadcast that signal that powerful out. um, but maybe I don't want the dorm that's right across the street from it to actually get it. So maybe I want to throttle that power level down. And you want to do those type of things. So, going back to this slide here, I'm not reaching out to someone that could possibly connect to my Wi-Fi and break in. So just keeping certain things like the power level down, or in a manageable type of power strength, could be a security factor that we put in order to keep people out, right? If they're just you know in the dorm and they can actually reach the Wi-Fi that's over there in the gym, then maybe it's a little bit too strong. And we want to actually bring it down to where we could just cover the actual building that we're in, and maybe not out to the parking lot. Okay. So having the power level controls of our routers, and actually broadcasting out, keeping it in a manageable point, could actually work in our advantage. Going back over to the rogue access point, remember, if we are looking at our SSIDs and we don't recognize some of these SSIDs, maybe it could be a rogue access point that's sitting out there that could actually be used for um, malicious intent. And then finally, captive portals. Remember, if you're going to a Starbucks or some type of hotel or hospital, and they're giving you, matter of fact, even Morris does it, where there's a free Wi-Fi that Morris, you can connect to that, and then it shoots you to it tells you to get a two-factor of authentication, sends it to your phone or to your email, and that's kind of a captive portal type um, of a system there, where it's actually showing you a policy that you have to accept, and then once you're doing that, they keep you um, isolated from any other network just by going through a captive portal. Okay, so with that, I'm going to stop the recording. So. People coming in afterwards can look at the video. So test 3 is out there, ready for you guys to go ahead and complete. So try to complete that by Sunday. Um, Again, not nothing too stressful. So it's a test 3 that's out there, not counting the midterm. The midterm is going to be available on starting on Monday, going through the end of business on Wednesday. So that'll be 5 o'clock Wednesday next week. That's the 13th. All right. So go ahead and knock out that test 3 and then get ready for the exam coming up on Monday. So what will go into the exam? What will the exam cover? We're going to cover chapters 1 through 7. Um, and it's going to be pretty much everything that we had lectures on, things that we talked about in class. Those topics will be covered on the exam. So it's going to be around 20 to 25 questions, multiple choice. Yeah, I'm gonna sprinkle some true and false in there. The big thing is that it's not going to be any type of time limit on this exam, so that's going to be good for your benefit. Um, and like I said, it's going to be available on the 10th, going all the way up to the 13th. Uh, it will behoove you to go ahead and get this done in your free time. Just dedicate an hour and a half to it. Um, Find some free time that you can really concentrate on the exam. Go ahead and knock it out. I don't think it'll take you an hour and a half, but just to go ahead and just make sure that you read every question, um, and understand what I'm saying in the question, and don't overthink it. So I think that we went over some real good information, some real nice baselines of what security is, and these questions will reflect that. Okay. Now, in some questions and some answers, I want you to be alert. Okay. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Um, Pay attention to detail, because I will throw things in there that are similar in the answers, but they may have a different spelling. They may have a different meaning, right? And just understand what I'm asking you, and then trust what you heard in your lectures, and then what you've read in the book. So trust those things, and you should have no problem with the exam. Also, I will not extend this exam. Okay. On the 13th, I'm going to turn in grades. Okay. So I will not extend it at all. Um, Grades will be turned in. So y'all can go ahead and get those reports. So just make sure that we have everything turned in by the 13th. Again, going back to test 3 that's out there, make sure you go ahead and do test 3, which is on social engineering and host security. Um, and then make sure you go ahead and do your midterm. Okay. Again, it will behoove you to go ahead and do the test 3 sometime this week, going into the weekend, and then uh, starting on Monday to the Wednesday, go ahead and knock out the midterm. I'm turning in grades on that Thursday or Friday. Okay. So some of the topics that we're going to be covering on the midterm exam. Now you can play back this lecture, and I think it should help a good bit. But if you've been paying attention and really going over the lectures and reading the book, you shouldn't have no problem with it. So I want you guys to understand what Wireshark is, how we use it as a man in the middle tool, but how hackers use it as a man in the middle attack. Okay, so remember, Wireshark is that tool that I'm going to take and get on the network and be able to see the traffic going back and forth. Okay. I'm using that as a reconnaissance tool. I'm using that as a protocol analyzer. Uh, this is the way I can sniff the network. Okay. That's the technical or the jargon that we use in the informational security world, is that we're sniffing the network. More than likely, we're going to be using Wireshark. Okay. Uh, Patches. I want you guys to understand what patches are, who they come from. More than likely, patches and updates are probably going to come from your manufacturer. whoever made the product. So patches come from Microsoft, they come from Apple, they come from let's say if you got a Tesla, the updates come from Tesla, right? So patches slash updates are one and the same. They're probably going to come from a manufacturer, and what they're doing is those patches are there to cover up the vulnerabilities that have been found in the software. Okay. Now, NS lookup and who is tools that we use when it comes to reconnaissance, right? Remember, when it comes to finding out what type of IP addresses that these websites actually talk to and the DNSs that they are associated with, we use tools like NS lookup and who is in order to find out um, exactly who registered those things and what region of the country they may be coming from. So that's where we're using those tools at. Okay. Social engineering attacks, the midterm goes into different types of different types. I'm going to highlight dumpster diving, tailgating, fishing, and whaling. Okay. So remember, dumpster diving is that I'm going to see if I can find out what type of information that the business has thrown away. I'm gonna jump into the dumpster and retrieve any type of paperwork that they haven't shredded. Okay, so in order for us to beat dumpster diving, we probably want to have a policy built in order to say, hey, let's go ahead and shred the paper instead of actually throwing it away. Tailgating, remember, people just want to be nice. It's human nature to be polite. So tailgating is very effective. And we can go ahead and just follow people into a building that we don't supposed to be in. Phishing, whaling. Remember, phishing is kind of like your spams, right? It's some type of form of social engineering that's taking emails and then convincing you to click on links or to give up information within an email. Whaling is where I'm using that phishing form, but I'm targeting higher individuals in the business. So your CEOs, your presidents, your chief financial officers, people of high standards or high statutes. I'm going to target them with my phishing campaigns, and that's called whaling. The exam also goes into logic bombs, insider threats, cookies, DOS, which is denial of service, the CIA triad. If y'all remember that, that's from the beginning of class, one of the first two classes that I actually gave. So we talked about that a while back. We went into script kiddies, APTs, hackers. Remember, those are the type of levels that you have. Script kiddies are going to be your novice, your newbies, APTs, advanced persistent threats. Those are, yes, advanced persistent threats. Those are going to be your more seasoned um, hackers that are state sponsored, actually getting funded by the government. And then you have your hackers, your middle of the ground. They're not script kiddies, but they're not APTs either. So just know the difference between those. We talk heavily about ransomware, getting those viruses on your PCs that's locking up your PC, and then you have to pay a ransom in order for it to get the password to unencrypt the data that they have locked up. I want you guys to understand what steganography is. Steganography is when someone is using pictures of some sort to actually send the data out. So they have a regular picture on their desktop, but they have embedded sensitive information, some type of PII in the picture, and now they send it out past our security controls, and we have no reason in to think something's wrong because to us it just looks like they used a picture to send out information or to send out to an outside source, right? I want to go back up to logic bombs. Remember, logic bombs are um, viruses that are dormant. They lie dormant until a certain time to detonate, and then once they detonate, they actually apply the attack. They apply whatever attack that they were designed to do. whatever malware that they were designed to be, that's when it's allowed to spread out to the network. So it's a logic bomb. More than likely, your insider threats are probably going to do stuff like that, where someone may be mad about the company in a case of they didn't get a raise or they didn't move into a position that they wanted, so they become disgruntled, and now they're going to implant a logic bomb to set off after they quit the job, and then now 3 months after they are removed from the business, it sets off a bomb or a virus within the network. Okay, so your insider threat, I kind of touched on that. Those are your people who are already in the company. They already have usernames and passwords, and they are allowed to go to different places on the network. But now, if you don't really keep people happy, sometimes they have a tendency to turn into a threat or someone who can let go of your information without any type of repercussion. So your insider threat could is something that every company faces and that we need to be aware of when it comes to um, how to keep your information in house and keep them from being able to let that information slip out because of their they may not be aware of what they're doing, or they may be doing it on purpose. So we have to ride that fine line of how do we actually keep all this stuff in line. Cookies. Remember, cookies are a valid way for a company to actually track your browsing history. Remember when I went and showed you guys different types of cookies that are actually being shown? They ask you if you want to accept the cookies. So they're asking you, do you want us to track you and your browsing history? They track you that way, and then when you go to a different website, you may see them advertise to you um, off in the corner somewhere. So they're using those cookies to actually validate that you are this type of surfer, web surfer, and they're going to um, use that browsing history to actually give you advertisement. Denial of service. Lastly, is whenever we are wanting a particular service from a website or from a vendor and we don't get it, right? So this can come in many different forms. It could be a regular, the logic. Well, the more generic one is just kind of a hacker gives you a malware piece of malware. It's installed on your PC. Now you can't get to your websites. That's a denial of service. But it also could be man-made, where a denial of service could come from the hurricane, like how we had a hurricane watch uh, last Friday. And now that, let's say if the hurricane was way worse than what it was, and it was kind of like Katrina size, that happened in 2009 or something like that. But if it was that type of hurricane and it actually, knocked out power and um, it put a whole city on hold as far as running business, then that's a God-made, more natural disaster, but it still falls under that denial of service type of attack. And so we need to actually prevent those type of things and plan for those type of attacks that may be coming our way. So finally, the exam is going to cover firewalls. Remember what firewalls are. They're going to sit at the perimeter of our network, and they're going to pretty much look at the traffic that's coming in and then drop or block or deny any type of traffic that they deem to be malicious or is not recognizable on the list of rules that they have. So a firewall is going to be on a network side, and then it's also going to be on your host network. So when I say your host, that's your actual PC, that's your actual computer that you have in your lap. But the network, where your routers are, they're going to actually have firewalls as well. We got into a little bit of cryptography. So I want you guys to understand what cryptography is from a very high level. Remember, that's taking plain text and making it into unreadable text. Okay. So taking something that could be read and then making it unrecognizable. That's going to be your that's how we're going to explain cryptography. So hashing, when we were talking about cryptography, we also went into hashing on we're using hashing for the integrity of data. So we'll take a hash, it's kind of like a fingerprint, right? It's taking um, a piece of data and it's making it unique only to that data. And so you remember when I showed you guys how we went to how do we make a hash with the Shaw network and or with the Shaw family, and we actually took the example that I made of my name is Lee, and then we put it into our hashing converter, and it created a actual uh, message digest of a a output.
All right, I'm in.
Okay. Hey, good morning. Somebody do me a favor and unmute yourself and just let me know if you can see the slide. Just kind of say yes or no, or
Yes.
somebody say yes. Can y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, tools in security, cybersecurity. These are some of the tools that I actually use on a day-to-day basis. Um, I think that if you don't have any kind of experience in cybersecurity and you would like to get into the field, going on to some of these websites, downloading the tools, playing around with them, seeing how they work, will give you good experience to put on your resume. As in, you can make a certain section on your resume to say, "Hey, I have experience in this tool. This tool does this, this, and this, and I know how to use that fluently." So I think it'll show employers, that you have moved forward as far as finding certain tools that work in the security realm, and it'll kind of give you that experience without being employed by someone. So the first one I'm going to go over is Virus Total, and Virus Total is basically a website that we use in order to see if any kind of files are malicious. Um, Without scanning using a antivirus scanner to figure out if that file is actually malicious. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and go to, I'm not going to copy the link. I'm going to show you guys how I do this so you can do it the same way. So let's go here. If I can pull up a Chrome window. All right. So Virus Total. Come in here and type in your Google search, and you'll more likely going to be the first search that pops up here. And this is Virus Total, right? So what I can do is I can either put a file in there and have it scanned, or I can use a URL file and see if a certain URL is actually vulnerable, or see if it's clean. So this is my own website, metrotech.org. And as you can see, what it does is it checks against all these different platforms here. So each one of these are different companies that certain businesses they may use or they may not use, right? But um, the good thing about Virus Total is that they can use um, the the databases from all of these different companies to determine if one of these certain companies determine that website to be malicious, or is there some type of file or link that's on there that could be linked to ransomware. But if you don't see anything, then you can see that this pretty much is a clean site, and you can go about using that site without having any kind of fear, right? So let's do Morris.edu. See what Morris comes back with. So for the most part, Morris is clean. Well, as far as the email, I mean the edu, the main site is concerned. Um, but that's the gist of Virus Total. Now, like I said, we can also do local files. So let's go to my desktop here, and let's pick what is that? Now, let's go to my vaccination card. Yeah, give me that. So the back card. All right. So go back to Virus Total, choose file. It's on my desktop. And I want to take my VAC card that I got labeled here. And what it does, it is uploaded to Virus Total's website. And now I can actually confirm that, upload it. And once it's uploaded, now it can scan to see if there's any kind of maybe links that we don't see on the front end. Maybe it's maybe it's a malicious file that someone has put embedded some malicious software to watch your activities in the background. But Virus Total will sit there and watch and go through the details of that file, and then compare it against all these different companies to make sure that there's no type of malicious malware stuck inside that file. Okay, so this is really cool when it comes to not actually scanning the whole PC when it comes to your virus antivirus protection. So your BitTorrent, not BitTorrent, but your Microsoft Defender, or you may have AVG. Without scanning the whole PC, if you just want to scan one particular file, you can come up here to Virus Total and use their website to do so. So like I said, and then what we could do is we can, oh, well, I thought you could print it out as a PDF. But if you were able to get a job and they have some type of suspicion about a file, or they're not sure but if they should click something, then you can go and take that file and then drop it in the virus total, scan it, and then see if there's any type of detection that comes back. If you do see any kind of detection, then you want to make sure that you stay clear of that. Okay. Now, going back over into the details, we see that it took a SHA hash of it to make sure that it was, you know, not comparable to any other hashes that's out there. Remember, a hash is a good way to have the integrity of a file. So it takes a file hash of the actual file that I uploaded, and then now it compares that hash against any kind of other databases that has malicious hashes. Okay, so it's kind of like comparing a malicious fingerprint to another regular fingerprint that you may have or you have uploaded. Okay, so cool tool. I think you should always keep this in your arsenal. This in case, just in case your company that you're hired with does not use Virus Total, it doesn't mean that you can't bring it into play whenever you're getting a certain ticket and someone's feeling uneasy about a certain website or a file. You can always come to this free tool and then plug in website file or a hash. You could plug in a whole application if you wanted to. So if you got an executable, you can go ahead and upload that file in there, and then do the run your scan on it the same way. Okay, so that's Virus Total. Another one that we use in my everyday tasks is Zscaler. Zscaler actually, um, we use it for monitoring web traffic. So monitoring what our users are going, what websites they're going to, what are they clicking on. We use Zscaler to actually watch that type of traffic. So a lot of times I told you guys that you can watch the traffic on Wireshark, but Zscaler kind of gives you a better, instead of watching all of uh, the packets go back and forth. Zscaler gives it a more easier interface to look at and understand what's going on. So here, they have given us a link here called Test My Defenses. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to throw that into here. Let's check this out. This is also free to use. Now, um, the software that I use at work is different than what I'm going to show you guys here, but I wanted to show you what Zscaler actually offers for a kind of like a free trial, just to show you how their products work. And this is a good way to, again, if you're filling out your resume, you could say, "Hey, I'm familiar with um, the type of tools that Zscaler has put out there for free, such as ransomware risk assessment and this internet threat exposure analysis." Okay, so we'll go through each one of these, and what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and uh, test the defenses, and I'm gonna test my stack, and both of these gonna come back showing that I'm vulnerable and all jacked up. Just that's because I'm on my home network and I'm not really protected the way you would be if you're at a business. Okay, so at a business you may have firewalls, proxy servers there, a lot of devices there to actually shift and reroute your traffic as you're going back and forth to different types of sites. Give me 1 second. Okay. And whereas when you're on your home network is pretty much you're routed to your router and then it goes out to the internet. So a lot of times you could be exposed to a lot of things that um, could be malicious, right? So Zscaler is going to pretty much run a ransomware risk assessment on my PC to see if I'm actually exposed to any type of attacks, and it's going to show that I am. It's going to show that I you could do lateral movement, which is true, because lateral movement means, can you see other devices on your network? Which in your home, you do want to see other things that's in your network, right? You want to be able to see the actual TV that may be on your network, your cell phones that may be on the network, as well as all the PCs that's hooked up to your network. So having that lateral movement is something that you want. It also showed me that, I have a data loss frustration. So what that means is that uh, I'm able to send out sensitive information from my home network, but we want to do that, right? I want to do that because if I need to send important information from my PC out to my employer, I don't need anything blocking that. Okay. So, uh, but if you were doing a risk assessment for a small company, let's say for a gym or a church or something like that, then you could take this tool and run it on their particular network, and then that can show you where you need to actually put in defenses in order to stop certain movement. Because sometimes we don't want our employers or our customers to actually um, have that type of movement and be able to send out information without it being scanned first, okay? Because it could be detrimental to the business. Okay, so I went in and I put in my information so they can send me some emails about how jacked up my machine is. But for the most part, I wanted to expand this and show you guys, this report will be lovely for someone of um, for a CEO or a IT director to actually take a look at and say, hey, these are the things that I probably need to look into, and then see if I could put in some type of fix for them. So the next time we'll have a actual scan on our network that we won't have to, deal with this type of these type of vulnerabilities. So this is how I want you guys to kind of look at it, is that all of these vulnerabilities right here are on my machine. I'm susceptible to all of these things. And if I wanted to um, mitigate or actually eliminate some of these vulnerabilities, I will need to actually drop it down and then figure out what are my options do I have in order to mitigate that vulnerability. Okay, but keep in mind, as security professionals, it's not your job to eliminate the actual risk. It's not your job to actually stop all of these things from happening. You may need them to happen in order for the business to run. But as a security professional, it's your job to let the client know that they are um, exposed to certain vulnerabilities. And if they want to accept that risk, then we accept that and keep that moving. So it's kind of like you're letting people know what dangers may lie ahead, and it's on them if they want to accept those things and move forward. But it's not your job to actually eliminate all this stuff. Okay, so that was the first scan. Test my defenses. Well, I'm sorry. The second scan was test the risk posture. I don't think that this is going to. Hold on, get out of here. This is not going to show too much of a difference than my first scan of showing that I was all messed up, because it's a home computer. I want it to be open to everything as much as possible. But in a business standpoint, I do not want certain certain capabilities to be on my PCs. I want to shut some of this stuff down. Okay. So you can use a tool like this in a real workforce to kind of say, hey, I want to bring these things up to I want to bring these things up so we can actually train our users and not to download a executable like you see right here, a executable file, and then run it without letting IT know about it, especially if they're able to download a malicious exe. Okay. Um, so as you can see here, it ran an assessment on it. and it showed, like I said, I didn't pass anything. My PC is open to any and everything, and I want it that way. I want to be able to um, go out here and do my daily tasks. Now, should I do anything? Should I do anything that's sensitive on my PC? Right, since I'm open to so many vulnerabilities. Well, I use good judgment. So if I wanted to go to Amazon and purchase some things in my cart here, I want to make sure that I see this little gray lock here, right? So that way I'm seeing that my information is encrypted and that I can actually put my credit card number in without having feeling like I'm open to a lot of anyone looking at my traffic. But outside of that, if it doesn't have anything that's showing that HTTPS, like here, right? So if you look up here, you'll see securitypreview.zscaler.com. Well, it doesn't have a secure certificate here. So now I would say if I needed to put any information into this site that doesn't have a lock up here, then someone could look at my information and see it. Okay. So you want to use good judgment. Is my PC exposed to the internet and exposed to attacks? Yes, it is. Uh, does that stop me from making purchases on the internet? It should not. But I have to be aware of where I can make my purchases at. Okay, so that's Zscaler. Um, Other cloud solutions that we use different solutions such as Dropbox, OneDrive, and Google Drive. Um, Now, all of these are pretty much storage bins where, and I think I showed you Google Drive last time, where when we were talking about backing up our mobile phones, these are all places where you can go and open up an account and they give you some storage in order to put files, pictures, movies, wherever into that storage bin online in the cloud, right? This is what 9 times out of 10 when you hear people saying we're using the cloud, this is probably what they're referring to, is that they're using someone else's um, servers to store files on, and then now it becomes available anywhere in the world because they give you a link or they give you some type of internet address in order to get to that file that you saved onto their servers. That's a good thing, right? It makes it available at any time, anywhere. Long as the internet is available, it's available. The problem is that once you're done with that service, is your data really erased or deleted from their servers? And my answer to that would be no. Um, it will be going into the privacy laws of how long they actually need to keep certain information. So once you upload that file to that server on Dropbox or Google Drive, it may need to stay there for the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years before it's actually scrubbed from their hard drive. So, with that being said, be mindful of what you upload to the cloud. And then, if you're okay with it actually being out there, go ahead and use the services. But if it doesn't need to be out there, be mindful what you put out there, because while you thinking that, hey, delete this file, is gone from your presence, but in the back end on Dropbox, they actually see that information, and they probably, let's say if they get compromised 2 years after you quit your services there, then your information may be compromised because they still needed to have it for so many years after the fact. Okay. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to uploading files and information to the cloud. I would just be wary of not uploading your most sensitive documents. If you want to upload and back up those type of things, buy your hard drive, thumb drive that you could just plug in and keep on hand, and just kind of keep those things with you. That's the best way that I could say to back up your information. Maybe get 2 hard drives, if you really want that information, and just back them up on both those hard drives and keep them in safe spaces. Moving on to other cloud solutions such as AWS and Microsoft Azure. Let's go ahead and go back here. We're going to go to AWS and we're going to go to Microsoft Azure. Now, AWS and Microsoft Azure are kind of like these one-stop shops when it comes to cloud apps. So you could do anything and everything from these two different platforms. So we didn't get too much into cloud platforms in this course, but when we're talking about actually building a business from the ground up and it all being remotely accessible and having applications built, being able to talk to other applications, being able to um, basically have a data center in the cloud. These two platforms are kind of your big dogs in the sector. So you're talking about AWS, um, and which is Amazon's way of. This is what Amazon was before they actually started selling stuff. Okay, they have the backbone in actually having large amount of data centers across the world, and they actually give out services to where you can go in here and build you servers, PCs. You can have these PCs have containers and Dockers to actually build applications for businesses, and it's available around the world at any given time. And it's it's so robust to where I don't think Amazon really needs to do anything else as far as selling things. It's just kind of, I think the selling part of them are just kind of the icing on the cake, but it's so robust when it comes to their cloud solutions to where um you have people like Microsoft that are trying to catch up with them, but it's just they're too far gone. The same thing goes, as far as what AWS does, Azure does the same thing for Microsoft. Um, this is where you can pretty much do the same thing as AWS, build PCs, build servers, link them together, but they also have a special thing called Microsoft Azure Active Directory. And that's where you go into creating users, creating groups, and being able to use something that a lot of businesses already use. So in most cases, when you go to a big business or a small business, either or, and you have to create a user account, you're probably going to use Microsoft AD, Active Directory. And that software has been in the the business platform for years. I'm thinking maybe 30 years, maybe 30 years plus. And so to have it on the cloud, on the Azure side of it, it makes things accessible from anywhere in the world. You don't have to actually go to that company and be able to get on their network in order to see that actual platform. You can see it from anywhere in the world, right? And that's where Azure helps out. And it's a little bit more intriguing than AWS. AWS, you're going to have to actually go in here and create an account and then create your database all back over using their tools. That could be a little bit time consuming. But um, two big platforms here. You can pretty much do anything and everything that you want to do in this product. You can actually, if you guys wanted to, use your Amazon account to sign up for a free account and go around and play around in it. Now, I would warn you, if you do want to go in there and create your account and start spinning up machines and things like that, they will charge you. They will charge you, and it can get out of hand very quickly. And when I say get out of hand, I'm talking tens of thousands of dollars can be charged to you, because if you choose the wrong thing, or if you don't really have the idea of what you want to choose, Amazon is going to tax you. Same thing goes for Microsoft. They're going to tax you. Okay, so be careful on that. I would try to stay in the free tier as much as possible. But if you get into these platforms and you start playing around and just clicking things and then forgetting about them,
they're going to tax you. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. But if you can learn these platforms, if you can get certified in them, as you can see, sir, AWS has a couple of certifications here. Well, not a couple; they got a whole slew of certifications. If you can start passing some of these certifications for Azure and Microsoft, then you're talking about having a very nice basis for when you get into the work field and standing out among the crowd. Okay. So keep those things in mind when it comes to Microsoft Azure and AWS. All right. So that brings us to antivirus. Antivirus, I've talked to you and brung up Defender several times in my lectures, and it's the antivirus that you don't have to pay for. It's already free. Let me see if I can pull mine up. Jesus. Maybe if I can find it, I can show you Defender. There it is. So this is Microsoft Defender. This is what's going to be automatically installed on any kind of Windows product, and it scans and it does basic scans. Excuse me. But if you wanted to see something that's a little bit more intuitive, something that's more fun to look at, you can always go and get a third-party antivirus program. I saw this one last night, a MuteNet, and I'm going to share that with you guys today. So this is a free antivirus program that you can get, download it, and let's go ahead and open it up. And it's a quick install. And what it does is it just shows you now once you're installing, just go ahead and unclick this submit files for analysis, and you then hit your next button in order to go through. So what it does is that here is a better interface to actually set up your scans and then set what time that you want these scans to be on your PC. Okay, so just give it a little bit of time. As I wanted to show you guys this too. When you're installing different types of files on your PC or applications, this is all what it installs. It installs all these type of things here, and you don't see it going on in the background, but it's installing all in your registry keys and on your hard drive. Okay. So imagine if you downloaded the wrong thing and you thinking it's a Trojan horse, so you thinking it's one way, but then like just one of these things is malicious and it's listening to the type of uh, traffic that you're actually the web traffic that you're actually sending out back and forth, and you install that. So now it gets behind your firewall, it gets behind your antivirus, and now it's able to actually communicate. That's why what I should have done, and I'm gonna go ahead and clean this out. Close this out. What I should have done is I should have check this out. I should have taken see my downloads here, and I should have went to virus total. And let's choose to upload my download of that executable. So I'm going to take that whole, verify myself. These are called captchas. This is a form of uh, multi-factor authentication. Okay. So it's trying to see that you're not a robot, and it wants you to look at this file and see what crosswalks it is. So that's why you have stuff like this. Any bicycles? No, I don't see any. So let's skip that. Jesus. Palm trees. Okay. Verify. So I'm not a bot. Okay, so I took that whole application and I uploaded it. So now when I showed you guys all of those things that it was downloading and installing in the background, now Virus Total can go and scan all of those things and see if it's a legit file. See if you're having anything that's not malicious behind the scenes. Okay, because a lot of times we don't look at those type of things, right? So you can look at your hashes to make sure that it doesn't match up with anything else. Um, we can see the different type of certificates that it uses. Everything seems to check out. There's no red flags. If it didn't check out, I would see some red writing somewhere, right? But overall, everything looks good. So now, if we were in the real world, I will tell you, hey, it's okay to use this application. You can go ahead and install it. So since we already did that, this is how a MuteNet looks. So now I can scan my PC. Let's see if we can go into the scan settings, and now we can schedule a scan. So let's schedule a scan to happen every uh, Monday at. I'm not gonna be up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I wanted to actually just scan my C drive. Matter of fact, I don't even want it to scan the whole C drive. I wanted to scan just the downloads folder just to make sure there's nothing coming into my actual folder. So I can get to it. Matter of fact, don't worry about it. Here it is. All right. Go to downloads, and that's all I want to do. Hit OK. And now once I hit apply, now that scan, oh, trying to show me up now. So let's go back, do this again, do it right. Go to users, me, downloads, and then hit OK. We want this to happen every Monday. Monday at 3, I meant at 4. Create, hit the create button. Now you already see that it's there. And we could put more of them up here, right? And we could just schedule them, let's say throughout the day. Especially if this was a PC that was used a lot, right? We want to make sure that we have it scanned maybe nightly or during slow times. So let's hit apply. Apply. Okay. All right. Maybe not. I'm gonna just close that up. Let's go back. Let's see if it's there. So it's here. Okay. So I had a little hiccup. We went there and closed it out. Seems like everything's cool. So now this will automatically kick off a scan whether I'm on the PC or not at 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay. It automatically checks up for updates. And you can see if it's actually with the CPU usage. If you ever see kind of like your CPU usage go up in this application, that means that your PC should be running slow. Okay. Same thing kind of goes for memory. If it's you know, kind of at this fill section here and it's red, or if it's yellow, then you want to make sure that there's nothing leaving your PC. 9 times out of 10, if your CPU and your memory is pegged out like that, then something is actually having a lot of control within the back end of your PC. And we need to actually take a look at that. So now you can just see that it's up to date, it's ready to go. And we can actually, it's saying that it's not secure because we haven't scanned, but we can always kick off a scan, but we don't have to because we already set up a setting. I mean, a scheduled scan. So we're good on that. So I wanted to show you that, guys, that you can go and download this and have this running if you don't like Microsoft Defender. This is a little bit more a better interface. Again, you can use this on your resume to where you can download, you can say that you have experience in downloading antivirus and then setting up schedule scans. And you're making sure that it's up to date, because your antivirus is no good if it's not up to date. Okay. It doesn't have the certain it doesn't have the files to check against different types of new malware that's created, um, to see if anything is see if anything is new. because having out of date definitions or software for your antivirus, you can't catch anything that was made today and in the future. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. Gotta close that. Okay. Networking tools. Now I already showed you Wireshark. Again, if you want to see things that's going on into your network, you want to Google Wireshark, and then run that in the background to see how traffic is actually being distributed in the background. Speed test. I showed you guys speed tests a couple of times only before class. Again, this is what I do. I just kind of go to Google and I type in speed test, and then I run my speed test here. And if I'm getting over 100 megabits per second, I think I'm pretty good. I'm being able to transmit fairly nicely when it comes to Zoom calls or browsing the internet, looking at YouTube. I'm able to send those packets back and forth at a good speed. I normally use the one that's here for Google, but I also seen people use this speed test by Ookla, I think. And this one has the cool little the graphic, and I think it's a little throttle that people use. So again, I say if you're getting anything over 100, then you're in a good space to actually be able to um, do a lot of things on the internet, be able to communicate without any kind of snags. Okay, if you don't have 100 megs or more, then I would consider going closer to your router, moving your router, or possibly restarting the router. And when I say restart, that means unplugging the router for maybe 10 seconds and then plugging it back in. A lot of times that clears out a lot of configurations. Hey, y'all see this? Been looking at some rims, but it clears out some configurations and it allows for better network connectivity afterwards. All right, so finishing up here, we're going to talk about KeyPass. And KeyPass is a password repository. This is where you can get this software and be able to. Now, remember what I said about cookies. Cookies, I'm going to decline that. Cookies is a way for companies to actually track how you browse your history and browse to different websites. So be mindful of that. But KeyPass is a way to keep all of your passwords in one space, and it encrypts the password for you to actually get into that product. And then once you're into that product, then you can set up different entries on your different sites, and you can set up your username and password for each site. Now, it doesn't log you into those sites once you go to those sites, right? So I don't want to make it seem like it's going to automatically watch what you're doing and then log you in automatically. But what it does is that if you have so many passwords that you need to keep up with, you can put the entry into this database that's secure on your PC, and now put your username and password in there. And so whenever you go to your different site that you want to log
All
into,
right, I'm in. I was able to remote in.
Okay, so you want me to share my screen? I'm getting a message that the host disabled participant screen share. Okay.
Sorry about that. I went there and dropped off. All right. No, where was I? Ms. Brown, you were going to share your screen?
Yes. When I went to share my screen, there's a message that says host disabled participants screen sharing.
And try it now.
Okay.
Y'all forgive me. I'm still trying to get going. So, all right. So you got that open.
Is that me?
And go to your, so you see on your toolbar at the bottom,
Yes.
click on that remote desktop icon. It's the last one on the right. Or you can do that, yeah.
Sorry.
You're fine. So go ahead and from the chat, take that Mitchell Tech Lab name and plug it in there. And Chris, you say you in now, right?
Yes, sir.
What did you do different?
I deleted the whole added computer, went back in and put everything in there, copy and paste, put everything in there, and this time it worked.
Okay.
So that's what I'm having trouble reading, the Mitchell Tech Lab dot, what is that next character?
Okay.
Just
Don't type it in. Highlight it, right click and copy it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That way
Okay.
you won't type it in or make any mistakes.
Okay.
For some reason, it's still giving me an error message too.
Dr. McBride, whenever you
Uh-huh.
try to remote in and you put in the password, does it give you the option to see the password?
Yeah, I can.
Is it showing what is it, PWD? Whenever you
No,
see the password?
right.
Okay.
But when I say right click and copy and paste,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
it
It's
duplicates
copying
it.
it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
copying the PWD as well.
No, well, actually, when I do the the show
Mm-hmm.
to reveal,
Yes, ma'am.
it's actually copying the password twice, and it's not putting the dollar symbols.
Ooh.
So I guess everybody's working a little differently here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can fix it.
Ms. Donna, go ahead and put in for the username, put help desk, all lowercase.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to reason where I was. Okay. Help desk, all lowercase.
Yes, ma'am.
And then that
And
password.
then copy that password out of the chat.
Okay.
Make sure you're not getting that space. Sometimes when we're copying passwords or copying things from a chat or whatever, we may copy that space that's in there too, and that counts as a character, and that may be throwing us off. So just make sure we get all the numbers, the letters. And you can just paste that in there.
Well, now I can't right click for whatever the reason. Hold on.
Do a Control V.
Control
V at the same time.
Control V, yes.
What's the letter you're saying? D as in boy, D as in dog?
Victory.
E as in dog.
Thank you.
And
All
see,
right,
when I do
okay.
Control V, it duplicates it. It puts it in twice.
Gotcha.
Okay. Do a Control V again, and what we'll do is look at do the little I at the end. And let's see that. Let's see. You see how we got the whole thing there.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go ahead, click the eye, see if it'll hold it. And
should I do the part that says PWD colon?
Yeah, we need to take that out.
Okay.
So instead of doing that, yeah, go ahead. Let me see what you do. And take that space out. Do one more. Delete. All right. Now check it again. Now go ahead and hit OK.
Okay.
Now from here. Now good.
Okay.
Now this is a certificate, right? This certificate says that we want to give authorization to this server, and that these two know each other, and that we want to talk to each other. Okay. So when we were talking about PKIs, this is how it's doing that authentication with the two devices back and forth. Okay. So that's a good way of, whenever you see these types of prompts like that, that's what they're trying to say. Do you authorize this computer to talk to you and connect to you virtually and share information back and forth? Because from here, we can drag and drop if we wanted to. So go ahead and hit yes. You want to store that certificate onto your computer, and it should let you in. Now, let it do its thing. Go ahead and stop sharing. And Dr. McBride, if you want to share, we can see why is it duplicating the password.
Okay. Okay, so now it's not duplicating, right?
Okay.
And that's what we have. I don't think there are any spaces left over here. Let me try again. Okay, so now now it's duplicating.
It is. Oh, it's duplicated, right? Or
it's duplicating a password.
okay.
And so I can fix it here like this by backspacing.
Okay. And that's a little cumbersome, but there's, you know, that's IT for you. Sometimes that's
yeah.
stuff that have to,
Mm-hmm.
you know, kind of go with it. But
right.
everybody.
So I'm going to stop sharing too, so you can go on.
Okay.
Hmm?
So is anybody else having issues connecting into the server? Speak now.
I am.
Okay. What are you seeing?
It's telling me that the password is invalid.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna type the password in and not put those colons. Now in the chat, I'll put it again in the chat. Just grab it from there. Copy that password and put that password in.
It still didn't work.
And for some reason, mine is still duplicating. Is actually triplicating.
Okay.
But But
Tell
that
you
could,
what, right, open up a notepad and do your Control V there to see exactly what is it putting down.
okay.
Ms. Campbell, do you mind sharing your screen so I can see what's going on?
Sure.
Hmm.
Okay. The reason why is because it's trying to log you in as C Penny 18.
Okay.
So what we want to do is choose more choices. And we're going to use a different account at the bottom. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. So, okay. And for that username up there, type in lowercase help desk. And then now plug in that password that I gave you. And that should work. Mission certificate.
View certificate or just yes?
Hit yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. And Dr. McBride, were you able to see exactly what it's putting down from the clipboard?
Yes, it was putting some additional letters, characters, and then I actually deleted them and then copied from Notepad to here. And for some reason, mine is duplicating. So no worries. Continue on.
Okay.
It's
Anybody else having issues getting in, or are we all in and playing around in the server? So let me go ahead and share my screen and continue. So if you have your server open, this is a perfect example of us using the cloud to connect to one machine. This is one machine that I spun up, and it's all using the same, it should be using the same IP address of that 20.121.48.169. If anybody wants to confirm that, go ahead and open up the command prompt and run a IP config on that server to see what the IP address you're getting. In fact, I'll open it up on mine too. Oh, well, I read out the public IP address. Okay, so this is the private IP address. This is, so they gave us a Class A IP address. So what that means is that if I wanted to make now 1,000 machines and create my own environment, I could do that here on the cloud. And let's just say if we all were working into the same environment and we all needed to get onto a computer or have a server assigned to us, I can assign that to you and you can work from home just by using Microsoft Azure. And we're using these types of applications to get things done to the outside world. So this is why the cloud is such a, not just, it's holding Netflix movies that we can watch, or it's going to keep a backup of my personal pictures. It could be, we could have our application that is running our businesses onto these servers, and we can just administer it wherever we are in the world, just by putting in that DNS name, plugging in our username and password. We can reach our server from anywhere and actually run the task on it. So this is the wonderful thing about Azure. Now, this can get very expensive once you start to scale it, right? And leave these machines on, because the reason why they charge you is that you're using someone else's building, you're using their electricity, you're using their memory, their storage to run your business. So they charge you by the hour. So this is why I had it powered down, because if I left it on, then they'll charge me, I think it's $30 an hour or something like that. Or you can get something cheaper. So you can get it from like $6 an hour or something like that, something real cheap. But it's going to give you such bare minimum memory and storage to where you can barely get things done. It'll barely log you in, let alone let 5 other people log into it. Yes, sir. Great.
Okay, so I got a quick question for you. You know, I created my own Azure account, and I have the Windows Server 2019 and Windows 10. And they give you, when you first make the account, they give you $200. I think it's what, for 30 days, and then it asks you if you want to upgrade to pay as you go. But when I logged in this morning, I was down to $160. I guess, of their money. And I'm trying to figure out, I wasn't on it yesterday. So do I have to sign out of Azure altogether for it to stop charging the money? How does that work?
You see my screen right now?
Your plan?
My screen.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So in order to stop the services from charging or using those resources, basically they're saying, hey, when your machine is running, it's using my resources, my power, my air conditioning, everything that's in my Nevada plant, okay? It's using that. Whenever you stop it, you have to stop the actual virtual machine. That's going to stop it from using the network. That's going to stop it from using the storage. That's going to stop it from going out to looking for updates. It's going to actually shut that machine down. That stops the charging for that time.
All right.
Okay. So if you sign out, you're signing out of the account, but your virtual machines are still running. Anybody can log into it.
Okay.
So,
okay. All right. I have 3 machines running right now.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I have 3 machines running, I guess, that I created. So I didn't know why it kept charging if I wasn't using it all the time. But I understand now.
Yeah, go ahead, and if you're not using it or it's not running anything that you're willing to pay for, stop it. Stop it, delete it. Whatever you want to do, if you don't want it anymore, delete it. If you want to keep it, you like the configurations of it, stop it, and just spin it back up, start it back again whenever you want to do some work on it. But just realize that when you leave it running for a long period of time or just forever, it's going to start to accumulate cost. Now, this is out of the scope of the test, but you can put in a kind of like a threshold notification. And so you see how I'm still showing my screen. My lab has already accrued $14 for me, but
yes,
I'm getting a good class out of it because I'm hoping that you guys are already going in AD, practicing, setting up some accounts, just playing around, doing whatever you want to do. Because at $14, I can go ahead and shut it down at the end of this class. You guys have already, got the experiences that you wanted, and I'm able. That really doesn't hurt, okay? But you could set up a notification that once you hit a certain threshold, it notifies you and say, hey, you already accrued $50 worth of cost. That way you can say, oh, let me go back into my Azure, shut down this machine for the rest of the month. That makes sense?
Okay. Yes, sir.
I think that trying to cost and management, and you could put your notifications here. Cost alerts. And add the budget. This is out of the scope of the exam, but if you're going to be using platforms like this, you got to realize that, hey, man, it costs money to actually use someone else's. We pretty much we got a server for free. You don't have to worry about buying it from Microsoft, getting the key for the operating system. It's free. I mean, well, it's not technically free, but it's just that easy. So they're gonna put some type of price back in it. So you can put basically what I'm saying is that you can put your budget here, and it'll either stop your services or to give you a notification saying that, hey, you hit the threshold of this and you might want to stop these services.
Okay, so we got budget amount there. If you say you want to stop it when it hits $75, then it automatically disconnect the machine that you have running?
I think it
give you
can
an alert?
automatically do it, or it would just be better for you to just go in there and do it yourself. Hit a threshold and say, okay, let me go back in and shut it down. But
okay,
if we're talking like that, then just get in a habit of shutting down your machine every time you leave Azure.
Okay, yep, I'm doing that now.
Still have your budget put in place, but just whenever you're leaving Azure, you're leaving your laptop, just go ahead and shut down your virtual machine.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
No problem. Any other questions about Azure? I'm gonna go into the users real quick. So if you're on the server right now, you can go into. So we can go into Active Directory, right? And we can go ahead and go to users, and we can create users here. This is the help desk user that everyone is using, right? So if I wanted to, guess what? If I wanted to lock you guys out, I can go ahead and reset my password. It'll shut down. You can, if you're still connected, you can still see the server, but once you log out and then try to log back in, then you won't have the updated password. Now, to Mrs. Penny's example, when she was trying to log in, it was trying to log her in as C Penny or C Penny 18, and it couldn't. What it was doing. It was looking for her username here in Active Directory and that password to be there in order to authenticate her. Since it wasn't there, then it just kept saying, hey, you got the wrong credentials, okay? Now, if I wanted to add her, I could just go in here and say, hey, let me go ahead and create her account right here. That's how we do that. That's kind of the old way of doing things. If you're just working on premises, an on-premise server, you can also do that same kind of addition to a user here in Azure. So in Azure, we could go ahead and create a new user here and then apply them to whatever server or whatever virtual machine that we got spun up. That makes sense. So we could go ahead and set them up here with a username and then change our domain name here. But I'm kind of limited to my user account. But we can also place their password here, and then now, once we create that new user, I can go back to, let's say, Penny, and say, hey, okay, now use your C Penny account username, and then use this password.
it's going to prompt you to change your password, and then you're not able to log into that machine. I'm going to hit discard. Now, on the other hand, we have groups. And we kind of went over this with the live class. We can have these different types of groups that we can place people in. Now, I'm showing you this is because you don't necessarily have to go to the server to get to Active Directory. You can do Active Directory things from the Azure account, meaning I can put this account on my iPad, I can put this on my phone, and I can add people on the fly. So it gives me that extra capability to not just be sitting in front of a computer, to add people to different groups or add users, okay? I can actually do this stuff on the fly, or if I'm just feeling classic that day, I can go always log into the server and then add them here in Active Directory.
Okay, so for example, the server that I set up for Azure, I can just go in groups and it acts as an Active Directory instead of logging directly into the virtual server?
Yes.
Oh.
Let me see if I can do that real quick.
Oh, I had another question. So I added myself as a user in the Active Directory on your server. Do you get an alert for that? Or like in the real world, could I actually add? I wouldn't be able to add myself, right? The onboarding process, or whoever's in control of the Active Directory would be the only one that can add me to the Active Directory. I wouldn't be able to go in myself and do that, right?
In a perfect world, yeah, it should. They should give you a notification when somebody's account has been created. But that's not always the case, and it's just kind of you get a lot of alerts. Let's say if you're working for IBM or Microsoft, and you get an alert every time someone has an onboarding process. That may be 40, 50 times a day where you're getting someone's account created. And just think, you may be getting those same alerts whenever someone is offboarding, leaving the company. So the thing about in the real world, not on your exam, in the real world, notifications to a security team or any IT team is tiresome. We do not, and I want to stress that, we do not want to see notifications about something we're not really working on at that point in time. It becomes annoying, and what that does is that we tend to tune those things out. And if we tune those notifications out, then we leave ourselves open to someone to actually attacking us, because now we're not even paying attention to those notifications. Okay? So what you want to do is you want to tune down your notifications to what really matters. Did someone create an account off hours? Like you said, did someone duplicate an account that's already there? Maybe I want a notification on that. Did someone give themselves administrative rights across the board? That may be the number one notification that I want. You know, but other than that, I don't really care if you're making an account or not. Because if I set you to the point where you only get default user permissions, if I do if I'm taking away permissions that you don't need to do your job, if I'm taking all those things away and I'm giving you just a default list, then you can make all the accounts you want until your heart is content. I do not care, and I don't want to have those notifications coming in for that. But if you give yourself admin rights, then I need to know why. No?
Okay. Okay.
Where is my groups? Add to a group. And I don't want to go off into this. I have to come back to that to show you the groups and how they're actually added. I could put them like that. It should be already. So what I'm thinking is that I go to my lab 2, which is the server that we're on, and I'm thinking I can go to my access control, IAM. So IAM is going to mostly be dealing with your accounts and the security groups and those permissions that I was just talking about, right? And now we should be able to go up in here and add particular roles and user accounts. And it should only apply to that particular server that we're on. Let's say job function roles, grant access to Azure resources. Let's see, yeah, why not? And I want to make this person a analytics reader. Next, user group and principal, select the members. I want to put Aaron because he ain't doing nothing. Fine.
Hey, Harvey.
Yeah.
That ain't going to do what I wanted to do. We'll have to come back to that. I'll come back to that and show you how making the changes in Azure applies to the server here on the actual machine. All right. What's that on? Any questions on Azure? Any other questions on Azure before we go into chapter 16? Everybody still in that server, or have you already logged off?
I'm still in.
Okay. All right. So chapter 16 goes into data privacy and protection concepts. Those data roles and responsibilities. So when we're talking about putting data out there on the cloud, or just having it on premise, you need to know who's responsible for it, and then who actually perform maintenance on those machines, on that data. Now, when we're talking about data, I want you to think of it as information. Now, as you grow in the security field, you'll realize that there's a difference between data and information. But for right now, I want you to think of the information that we have in our company is the data that we want to protect. So those account numbers, that important information about the meeting, some Word documents that we created. This is all data that we have stored on local computers or servers. Now, the data owner may actually not even create a document, or they may not put in any configuration. That person is 9 times out of 10 the leader of the department. They don't actually know exactly what you're creating as being a steward or a custodian of that actual data. Think of it as a manager. It's just basically a manager over that particular department, and they are responsible of making the policies and the standards flow down to the users in order to say, hey, this is how you're going to create these documents. This is how we're going to actually protect it. Okay, so that's your data owner. Your data steward will 9 times out of 10 be the person that's going into the server and making sure that it is up to date, that it's running correctly. It's actually taking care of the systems. I'm sorry, that's your custodian. So, well, your custodians and your stewards kind of, it can be interchangeable, in my opinion. They can be interchangeable when it comes to the names. But they're going to be managing the systems that the data actually lives on. So if it's your PC, they're going to make sure that your PC is up to date, that the software is up to date and running correctly. If it's a server, the same thing, okay? But these are the actual people that they could be creating the document, the configurations. But if it was to be leaked, if it was to be breached and that data is lost, they're not the ones that are responsible. They kind of are, right? But that data owner will take the brunt of that data being leaked out. To give you an example, when I was working at AgFirst, we had a data leak that happened, and I knew the person who did it and who was ultimately responsible for it. But he didn't get in trouble. Our CISO got in trouble. Our CISO got in trouble for the fact that they fired him because it was ultimately his, under his leadership, he did not provide the correct leadership to us in order for that particular leakage to be avoided. So in the management eyes, they didn't see him doing his due diligence on our team or on the risk. And more importantly, he did not take due care. He didn't apply the actual, the protection that was needed to stop such a thing. So know that as well, that when you are growing in this field and you become a leader and you're getting that nice salary and you're particularly you're leading that department, if your coworkers or the people that you're managing are not handling the data right, you're ultimately responsible for that. And you will, more than likely, you're probably going to be let go before any of the stewards or the custodians will be. That's just how I've seen it. And it's kind of cutthroat, but that's the way that I've seen it. Any questions? Now, data classification goes back to when we were talking about DLP. It's hard to put the classification on so much data that's already out there. Like, it could be stale data. It could be data that we don't really know about, we forgot about. How do we put classifications on these things so now that our CASB and our data loss prevention systems can see them and flag them as such. But if you want to have a tight system and not let that data leak out, you can put that DLP in place. It just needs to have a parameter of what to flag and what not to flag. So in the military, perfect example of classified data, you always hear it: secret, top secret, classified, TSCI, something like that. But basically top secret clearance. So they vet these people out. In order for you to have access to that data, they vet you out. They do a background check. They run a credit check. They do a 10-year history check. And for my secret clearance, they went back 10 years, and they interviewed people who knew me back in middle school. They interviewed people who knew me in high school prior to the military in order to get that secret information. Here's the kicker about that is that I didn't do anything. Well, I didn't see any kind of emails that was detrimental to the nation. So if I was to leak an email out, I didn't see anything that was, that was terribly wrong, right? It was just regular emails to me, but they were classified as secret information. Anything that was more military movements was classified as top secret. So even a smaller group got that information. But the secret information, you couldn't see anything that was top secret. But top secret could see everything that was secret, right? And below secret is classified information or public unclassified information. So as someone holding a secret clearance, I could see something that was classified and unclassified, but could not read up, right? And you'll understand this as you go into CISSP, that certification. You can always read down, but you can't read up. And vice versa, you can always write down. Well, you should be able to write down, and you can't write up. You should be able to write where you're located at. And the reason why you don't want to write down is that you don't want to give anybody secret information or some information that's above them and is misguided, or they don't have enough information on that lower level to understand where you're coming from a higher level. So that's why you don't want to write down, okay? And you definitely can't write up, okay? But I say all that to say that having a classified situation, it's another layer of defense when it comes to accounts, and then what are you able to see and manipulate in those accounts, okay? Being able to not only have so many permissions to your account is great, but if I can take another step and say, hey, you can't see a whole list of data because you don't have the clearance to, it's awesome. Okay, if something leaks out, I can only say, okay, well, who only has the clearance to see this? I don't have to worry about the unclassified people or the top secret people. I do have to worry about top secret because they can read them. I can only worry about a particular group. Give me 1 second. I can only worry about 2 particular groups in that scenario, right? If something came from secret and got out, then I can only say, hey, someone with a secret clearance or a top secret clearance had to read this information. Any questions on that? On your test, you're probably going to get some questions about top secret clearance and secret clearance. And it's pretty much just saying it's more going to ask you more in the lines of classification. Why do we have this in place? and you want to always reference back to where you're putting in another layer of defense, and having data classified shows who should be able to see it and who's not able to get to it. So when we think about the CIA triad, we're talking about confidentiality there. Okay, everybody, only a particular group can see this data because we classified it as such. Further along in that this chapter and this lesson, they talked about data protection. So it's 3 different ways that we want to protect data. Whenever we're talking about data at rest, data in transit, and then data in use, we're talking about probably encryption. Okay, and this is encryption. Either we're encrypting the data while it's on the PC, while it's moving through the network, going over the internet, or while we're using it, which is, you can't really do that because we have to actually break the encryption to modify it, and then it returns back to rest. But never mind that, right? For the test, you need to know that these 3 different ways of applying encryption. So at rest and at use, I'm going to talk about it in the same sense. We want to encrypt that hard drive and make sure that the hard drive has some type of encryption on it, to where if someone accesses your, let's say if they access the server while I'm gone, the hard drive is encrypted to where they can't pull the information from the hard drive after hours. Right? So this is what I mean the hard drive here. So if we put, you see here where it says turn on BitLocker. BitLocker is an application that encrypts those files here on your local drive. So whatever we put on the C drive is now protected by a password that we only have the access to. This is essentially the same thing as ransomware, right? Ransomware comes in, and only thing it does is it encrypts the information and puts a password on it. And so now the only thing that makes it into a ransom is that if they ask for money at the end. So they pretty much encrypt your files, and then they say, hey, give me 2 Bitcoins, and I'll give you the password, and you can have your, I'll give you the password, you can take the encryption off, and you can have your data back. That's pretty much ransomware in a nutshell. And, you know, how do we combat against ransomware? Is that we have data off into another recovery point. We back up our data. We put it on another cloud instance. We have it on a hard drive that we can physically touch. This is how you get around ransomware. Hey, you compromise me, fine. You can have the computer. I'll go ahead, especially in this case. So think about if we, you know, everybody can get into my server and they've been playing around on it. Let's say if someone opens a email file that has ransomware on my server, right? So now I can't go into the server. No one else can go into the server. That's fine. I come right in here to my Azure plan, and I just go in here and I turn it off and I delete it. I basically what we call blow away. I blow away that virtual machine, and I spin up another one, and I take the information that I backed up somewhere off-site on another cloud provider, and I throw it on the new machine, and I keep the business going, you know? So now I don't have to worry about, oh man, I don't even know the first thing about Bitcoin. How am I going to pay this guy to get back my business data? It doesn't matter. They can encrypt it all they want. I'm going to take it. I'm going to go ahead and blow that machine away and go ahead and create a new machine. So that's how you get around ransomware. That's the, you know, at the same time, that's how we encrypt data at rest. Data at rest and data in use, okay? Now, when we're talking about data in transit, we're talking about, you know, how do we email something to another computer or another user using encrypted files, right? So we're going to be using HTTPS encrypted. We're going to be using TLS and IPsec, VPNs. You know, those things put in an encrypted tunnel around the data packets as they're leaving one machine going to another machine. Okay, so that's how we're encrypting on the move. That's how we can say, hey, even if you have Wireshark and you're listening onto my computer, that's fine. I know that you can't see it because I have it encrypted and I'm using an encrypted way of talking. Okay, but if I was using HTTP and not HTTPS, then I'm using plain text. Okay, and if I'm using plain text, then you can use Wireshark to see that information. That makes sense? So if you're not using an encrypted way of communicating over the wire, then you're susceptible to someone using Wireshark, seeing that information, then using that information. Okay? That's why we harp on seeing that little lock in the URL and using those type of protocols to actually log into certain sites. So with that being said, we're going into the last chapter, lesson 17. Any questions? Do y'all mind if we take like a little 10-minute break and then we'll come in and we'll finish up with incident response? Y'all want to take a break?
Sounds good.
Okay. So 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:46.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sounds good. Okay. Are we ready to go? Thumbs up in the chat if everybody's back.
Mhm.
Okay. So, incident response, chapter 17. What happens when you become a victim of a data leak or a breach, or in other words, you've been hacked? What do we do? How do we try to prevent it? But then what do we do once it actually happens? And as a security professional, it's not so much of if you get hacked, or it's more when you get hacked. And that sounds bad, right? But you have to go into the mindset of thinking that you can't cover every risk that is out there. The only thing we could do is try to plan as much as possible to remediate those risks, but eventually something will happen if we're staying there long enough. Okay, so we want to be prepared to stop the bleeding as much as possible. So if someone become a victim of ransomware, then it could just be that one computer is affected and we can still hold business as normal. But let's say if it's a smaller shop and it's a coffee shop, and the owner of that business, who is also the finance person, who's also the marketing person, their computer is now a victim of ransomware, then it might be detrimental to the business. So how do you go in with the game plan of keeping the business alive? If you think back from our first class, our first lesson, I've always told you that this is not a technical exam or a technical field. This is more of a business field. How do we keep the business running? And more importantly, how do we keep the business running securely? So if that person was going back to the coffee shop example, if that person is a victim of ransomware, then we need to have that backup system in place, ready to go, and then we're able to still have our documents ready, have our accounts, all our important information, data there and accessible. Now, we may need to do some due diligence on our side and change some things, because now we've been compromised. That one PC has been compromised, and we might need to change some passwords here and there. But at least the business doesn't have to go down, and in some cases doesn't have to go out of business. Okay? So performing incident response is an important factor to cybersecurity, because it's not like I said, it's not a factor of if it happens. It's when it happens. What do we do once we actually are in that particular predicament? So in your lesson, it goes into this step-by-step format here. And this is where it's kind of an ongoing process. So this is throughout the year. There's no set it and forget it. We're going to prepare, identify, contain, eradicate, recover, and then basically do a review. And then that review goes into the preparation. So let's go into a little bit details, right? Let's say we're working for that coffee shop, and we give them an assessment. That assessment lets them prepare to the type of risk that we face. That goes into the identification. We prepare, we identify the risk. We also decide if we want to mitigate those risks or if we want to accept them. Because sometimes mitigation may cause us to have the budget that we can't afford. And we can't afford to put in a particular software because it costs $700 a month in order to actually protect the data. And in the field of security, a lot of times you're waiting on something to happen. And while you're waiting for something to happen, you're still paying a budget. So a lot of small businesses, medium-sized businesses, they can't afford that, $700 a month for if something was to happen. They're already paying, marketing fees, insurance, operation fees. So, their budget is not so great when it comes to security. That's where, as a security professional, you need to come up with different types of mitigation factors in order to play nicely with the budget that you have. It could go in that just doesn't apply to small businesses. It also applies to the bigger ones as well, because these vendors have gotten smart to where they're not just going to charge you for the service, they're going to charge you the service per user. So if you have 1,000 users and I charge you $100 per month per user, you do the math, and that could easily go into someone's budget very quickly and eat it up from a CEO standpoint. They're looking at it from if something happens. Yes, we want to be prepared, but if it doesn't happen, then I just lost out on $100,000 per month because we thought something was going to happen. So you have to weigh those options. So we prepared, we're getting in preparation. We identified our problems. We come up with a plan on how to remediate those problems, or what are we going to do with to those risks. And then if something was to happen, we want to contain the problem. We want to isolate it. Whether we have someone monitoring our network, ransomware, virus, worms, stolen property, what is the problem that actually happens? So our incident actually starts here at the containment spot, right here at this arrow right here. That's where our incident actually comes into play, and we need to actually put in the incident response plan as soon as possible to contain it. And then if we need to eradicate it, such as a virus or someone snooping onto our network, and we could see the traffic go off into different, we could see data leaving our network going into a cloud provider that we're not associated with. We need to contain it, stop it, put hands around it, right? Make sure no one else is affected. We want to eradicate those two things as quick as possible. So containment and eradication, you pretty much want to have that as quick as possible. Recovery may come a little bit later because we want to make sure everything is contained and remediated before we go into the recovery state, okay? So, but once we get to the recovery state, we want to make sure that we have identified what we deem to be normal. So we want to get back to a normal state, and that could be how do we work before the problem. But it also may mean if something happens and now we don't have, if there's no way we could go back to the previous way we did things, maybe we want to go back to what is the new normal going forward. So that's all in the recovery plan. how do we get back to actually holding business at a normal rate? So that goes into that identification. That's why you see the arrow there. Now, once we get back to normal, it's pretty much we're still moving forward with the company. But as a security department, we want to get with our department heads as well as our IT team to see, or our incident response team, to see what did we learn, and then how do we actually put that into the preparation of identifying the risk and then mitigating those risks. So it's an ongoing process. And this is, we actually have people designated for the incident response team that's just not part of the security team. Okay, we may have one or two people from the security team, but we may pull people from different departments because everybody's affected in a sense, right? Especially when you're talking different departments ran by different people who don't know what's going on in other departments. So let's go, that'll bring me to my next slide. So your people, your incident response team may be people from legal, maybe people from marketing, HR, the finance department, because if we have an attack that is attacking, let's say, the marketing department, but it has the potential to be detrimental to the whole company, then every department head needs to know what plan to put in place for their particular department, okay? And this is where that preparation comes into place. We're talking about getting prepared that way. That's, you'll learn about disaster recovery later, but that's where a lot of times we're putting in those implementations there. If we're working on a smaller scale, then we probably we're doing that as we're just working from day to day. Hey, we might want to put this in place because if this was to happen, we can be prepared for it here. Okay, but that's more on a case-by-case scenario with a smaller company. But with a bigger company, you're talking 500 users or more, we probably are having meetings after meetings about putting plans in place, recognizing what the issue may be, and then how can we actually respond to it quickly in order to keep the business running. Because some businesses are time sensitive. Take a bank for example. If a bank website is attacked and then that bank website is down, think about the users who may have been using transactions at that point in time to transfer money. And let's say if it was for an important reason, right? And now your website is down, and now you have those users calling into the help desk trying to figure out what's the issue. Well, you as an incident response team, you need to figure out the problem. Why is the website down? How can we eradicate it as quick as possible? And then how do we get it back up and running, right? Get back to that normal state and move forward with the website, okay? But then once we figure out we're back up and running, how, why did it go down in the first place? We do that review, and we put those controls in order to have it move forward. So moving forward, we won't have to worry about those things again, okay? So that's why, going back to this slide, it's an ongoing process. It's this is not just a set it and forget it. This is an ongoing process. As long as the business is running, from a security standpoint, you will always have a job because things change so much all the time, okay? So, again, your incident response, and I want to go over your SOC team here. So a security operations center could be a group of people who are watching over your information from a outside standpoint. So this could be a vendor that is watching your traffic and watching your endpoint devices from an outside standpoint. It this is what comes into my mind when I think of a SOC center. They're monitoring the network, and they are able to notify you if something wants to happen. And the great thing about having a SOC is that they can actually put in the containment in their eradication instantly from their standpoint, and you don't necessarily have to worry about going in, logging in, making sure that you're containing a virus right offhand, because you may be at lunch, right? You may be home. It may be 2 o'clock in the morning, but this SOC runs at a 24-hour standpoint, and now they're able to have access to your network and isolate certain threats and be able to sometimes remediate those things. But the most important part is that they can isolate it until you're able to, come into work the next day or what have you, and then move forward with your incident response plan. So having a SOC is great. The thing is that they are very expensive, right? To have someone monitor your network 24/7 is not going to be such a cost-friendly control. So a lot of small businesses are not able to do it. A lot of medium-sized businesses may not be in favor of it just because they don't have the actual funds for it. Excuse me for one. So that brings me down to the last thing that I wanted to talk about now, content filtering and then configuration changes. You hear me harp on the type of settings that you want to put into your devices, as well as having systems in place to monitor the network. And a lot of content filtering systems, they monitor how your users are actually. One second. Sorry about that. My garage it goes up and down, and it bothers me with that sound. Content filtering watches the network when it comes to your users going to different websites, and we can put different types of categories of websites onto this particular system, and it can block or allow your user to actually go to different systems. So, an example of this is the first point. First point is a good example of a service that watches your users' activities when it comes to certain websites. So what they do is they'll categorize every website that's out there, right? And so if you don't want your users going to gambling sites, you can say block every site that is categorized as gambling, and then that would allow you to block those users from going there. Now, on the case of if they needed to go to those certain particular websites, then they could put in a ticket to the security team, and we could do some type of investigation on it to actually see if that website is legit. And I'm trying to see if I can show you that. Yeah, it's so this is what I use if I need to check a particular website. Someone emails me or they message me at work and they say, "Hey, Mitch, I need to go to ESPN.com, right?" And I'll plug it in here to see if ESPN has any type of vulnerabilities on that website, right? Because hackers can go into deface a website or put in different URL links onto a website, and now your user clicks on a link, it goes to a malicious site, and now they can either pull information from that user or they can lock up that computer, right? So what I can do is they give me the URL. I need to go to ESPN.com. I can plug it in here to ForcePoint. It does an analysis on that website, and it comes back with a report. So I'm gonna wait till it's done. Dr. McBride, you wanted to address the class with the preparation?
Yes. So hold on one second.
I'm gonna let this scan run. It should be done by the time Dr. McBride is finished addressing.
Yes. So, so we have our test preparation for chapters 11 through 14. And then we'll have a test. And then we also have the test preparations for chapters 15 through 17. And then, huh?
You got a feedback, cause
okay, hold on one second. Okay, so we have a test preparation for chapters 11 through 14. And then soon after that, I'll go ahead and post the test. But please make sure you do the test preparation first because it's going to help prepare you for the test. And then we're going to go into chapters 15 through 17 with a preparation. And then the test will be posted. So all of this should be happening over the next 2 weeks, okay? So I'll try to get the preparations out, hopefully by Tuesday. And then you can work on that and then be prepared for the test. And that's what I wanted to share with you. And Mr. Mitchell, you were trying to finalize some things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I was hoping that it would be done with the scan by then, but it's still scanning it. So we'll let that run, and by the time I'm finished this slide, hopefully is done doing the thing. So content filtering, that's you can use things like ForcePoint, and another one that we use is Zscaler. They actually watch that network. Well, they verify the websites that your users can go to or should go to. And then, once you scan these places, you as a security professional will say yay or nay if you want your users to go there. And you could see that something is detrimental, right? It has a whole bunch of blocks on it or malicious links on it. then we want to go ahead and block that type of URL. I really wish this was finished. I'll tell you what we do. Let's scan my site. My site is not so robust. Maybe come back with a quicker result. Yes. So, as you can see, I scan. Oh, I'm sorry. You cannot see. So as you can see, I scanned mitchelltech.org, and it has a summary of no threats detected. But you can see this classification here that I'm classified as an information technology website. Now, in the real world, what we'll do is we'll say, hey, if we wanted to unblock this particular site, I can change the classification here. Now, once I suggest to change it, ForcePoint will take a look at it and they'll say, okay, we're going to change the classification, the category of it. Therefore, we're going to change it to something that you do allow, and we'll let you look at it that way. Okay, but it gives a rundown of the different types of links. So if you see here this link detection, if you see any malicious links that's numbered here, it will give you, you can click on it, and it'll give you which links on that particular page are malicious. Okay, so a great tool, this is free to use, that you can use. You can throw this on the resume too. And you could say that you use this as a website content filter, or a kind of a validator, and you use this to validate if a website is safe to use. Now, you can also print this out in a PDF form. So if you were doing this for someone that wants to have reports, or they love reports or something like that, or you wanted to email it to them, you can always click that option to put it in a PDF form, tag it along in an email, send it off to that person, right? So a wonderful tool. This is, like I said, this is free to use. I'll put this in the chat so you guys can test it out yourself. And nice little tool to have. Go ahead and close this out on ESPN. Might have been too many pages to look at, because it crawls the whole site and looks at all the links there. So we already talked about DLPs. Remember, DLPs is going to be that system that sits onto your network, watches the classification of a data file, and then flag it, or maybe even stop it from leaving the system or being transferred to another system. So we learned about IDSs and IPSs. IDSs is going to detect a change and not do anything about it. And IPS is going to do something about it and put a stop to it, right? Well, DLP is a perfect example of being both. It can give you a notification and let the traffic go through, but it also could have the power to stop the traffic and prevent any type of transfer of the data and being held in that same case. So if you were thinking about what is an IPS and what is an IDS, a DLP system could be a perfect example of both. So let me show you a DLP system, which is by Semantic. I forget how to spell Semantic. Semantic DLP is something that I used at first, and I think it's a great system. It flags what it did. What we used it to do is we used it to look at our customers, our clients' email, and see if they put anything sensitive in there, any type of social security numbers, account numbers, routing numbers, And if someone hits send on an email, it would automatically flag that email, stop it, and send me a notification saying, hey, Jessica just tried to send out a email with a social security number on it, right? And so now we can get in contact with Jessica and say, hey, what was the point of that? And now that could be some valid reasons on why you want to do that. So we told them to always put sensitive in the title of the email or in the the objective line in the email, and put sensitive right before you put the actual title of the email. And that flag in the title, DLP will see that and not actually cause it to flag it. That will be kind of like a safe word to let that information out. But I just wanted to put a face to the name when it comes to DLP. A lot of people will hear DLP, but they don't know who actually provides that actual tool. So Symantec, which is bought by Broadcom, Symantec offers a DLP solution, okay? And you can, but this is an expensive piece of software. So you're talking, I think for AgFirst, you were talking maybe a six-figure type of system, if not pushing $1 million, because of so many users who needed to use it. And this was billed on an annual basis. So not everybody can put this into their system and use it. So from a security standpoint, I will pose the question to you: what do you do for someone that's a smaller company that wants a DLP system but can't afford one? So we need to look at different avenues of saying, okay, what can we put in place to stop people from pushing out important information? Maybe we give permissions we only let certain individuals see sensitive information, right? Maybe we have to manipulate that. So only people in the finance department get access to people's social security numbers, okay? And that way, if something were to happen, we know that we can only go back to those two people, okay? And we don't have to worry about everybody in the small business, because a small business can still go up to 20, 50 people, right? And that's still a lot of investigation to do. But if we can narrow it down to just two people, and now we can figure that the assets on their account to be a particular order, then now only thing we need to really worry about is training them on making good passwords, not clicking on phishing emails. We made our footprint smaller, our attack footprint smaller, because we have we said that we couldn't use a DLP system, but we need to have the business running. So we took the two people that needed this information, and we made their attack surface even smaller by making certain configurations on their accounts. So I hope that you guys see how we're pulling all these factors that we've been learning into how do we actually put it in place for work. Okay, so that's the mindset of it. I'm back. And mobile devices. So we'll finish up with mobile devices and revoke certificates. Well, let's just go ahead and go at certificates. So when we connected to our server today, our server asked it gave you the option to either accept the certificate or to revoke it. Now, remember when I explained it that when it poses that question of, hey, we haven't seen the certificate before. If your system has something in place to say, hey, this is a security measure that we're taking to connect to another computer. do you want to accept that risk? Okay, so either you can accept it, which we all did, or you can revoke it. But if that certificate is expired, how do we update our certificates? Or do we want to accept an expired certificate? Which I would advise not to accept one that's expired, okay? Mobile device management, that's where, we talked about this in previous classes, where we're having our devices, our mobile devices, tablets, phones, connected to a management system that's able to view the mobile devices, and then more importantly, be able to wipe those devices or set parameters on those devices to where you can't download things from the App Store, or you can only use your email on this particular device. Because once we put business information on those devices, then now as the business, we need to really monitor that mobile device, okay? To kind of bite off of the DOP piece. Who provides a MDM that you can play with, and that would be Microsoft Azure. Intune is a great way. I don't know if it's free, but we do use this at my current job for MDM solution. In fact, let's just go to Azure, see if I can type it in. Come here. To get into. So as y'all see, this is another configuration. This is part of security, right? So I've been idle in Azure for so long to where now it's going to ask me to re-authenticate myself. And when I do so, then it runs that Kerberos system in the background. It checks my authentication. It lets me in. So here, this is where we can install Intune on our devices, whether it be laptops, phones, tablets, and now we can monitor them from our dashboard here in Azure. So if you got Bob who's going on a business trip in Las Vegas, he loses his phone on the plane, but it has all of our business information on that phone. We can go into our Intune admin center here on Azure, and we can wipe his phone. So, a great way of monitoring our mobile devices as they're on the move, with our users constantly going from place to place. And just in case if someone loses them, that's the main thing that we want. If they lose those devices, we can go ahead and send a message out to that device to remote wipe it. Yes, Chris.
I noticed that they have apps on the side. Is that for, say, example, apps that you allow them to download on the phone, or what you approve on that they can download on the phone?
I'm not totally 100% sure, but and what I mean by that is that I'm going to give the right answer, which is we use this app page to give access to the business app. So if your business has mobile applications, then we can set it up here, and then now that person can download those apps on that particular machine, particular phone. I'm not 100% sure if it can block everything from the App Store that you can get on your personal phone, on that same device. So I don't have my device up here, but if they give you a phone and we say we made a mobile app for the finance department, but you're not in the finance department, then I don't need to give you access to that. Okay, I want to give you access to 365, which is the Outlook, so you can get emails. So I do want to give you access to that, right? But that's not going to stop you from going on to the Google Play Store and downloading Facebook. Okay. Now I could put that as I'm thinking I could put that as a application that you don't download, but I doubt if there's going to be a way that I can block everything. I will probably have to block everything and then allow particular applications in order to just have a set number of applications on those devices. Kind of a long-winded answer, but.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So that's Intune. Any questions on Intune? We can also put encryption here, so we can have that data in transit encrypted as well. And when we're not using it on our phones, that data is encrypted, so it's encrypted at rest as well. That's all I have. Now I'm going to leave my server up and running until 12. Do you guys want me to leave it, turn it on tomorrow or sometime this week at a particular time so you guys can go in there and practice on it?
Yes, because I would like to try to add groups and or users from the, oh wait, you can only do that from, we're just gonna be in the server. We're not gonna be in the Azure web page. I have to do it on my own. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Anybody else still want me to leave it up so you guys can practice Azure? Not Azure, but going in the Active Directory and playing around in there?
Mr. Mitchell, could you prepare maybe a handout and post it in the classroom?
What I can do, I can create a small lab.
Okay.
That, and I want to get a time frame for it, so I'm not running up the cost of running it.
Yes, yes.
So I can create a lab so you guys can promote into it and complete the lab and get more hands-on experience. But I do want to set it at a particular time. Maybe it runs from 12 to 3 on a Sunday. And those are the times that we all kind of agree on to going into the server, getting that lab done.
Right.
And then I'm able to shut it down at 3.
Okay, why don't we just make that a project then for everyone, and then we can designate the time, and we will hold everyone accountable for completing that lab during that time constraint. And then, obviously, as Mr. Mitchell says, that we do want to be able to validate what you've done and put that on your certificate, because that's going to.
Okay. So digital forensics is kind of a sector of cybersecurity that you're going to have to be in a particular field to actually deal with forensics, because now we're dealing with the court of law. We're actually taking computers in from a law standpoint. I'm sorry, I'm not sure my slides. All right, digital forensics. So holding those type of computers into the court of law. So what are we talking about? You're more looking like the government sector in that FBI field. If you look up the FBI jobs right now, they constantly have openings for cybersecurity analysts and engineering. So the big sector there where they want individuals coming in who are able to use the software on certain computers that they may be crime related, right? So if someone's doing something that's on that computer that's illegal activities or things that they shouldn't have on there, then they need to take that evidence and be able to hold it unchanged with the integrity factor still intact before they actually go to the court of law in order to use it as evidence. The hard thing about that is that when you discover that someone is doing something illegal, you instantly change the instance of the computer. And what I mean by that is that just by you opening files and closing files, you change the logs that are on the computer. So it's always a probability of being unsanitary, so to say, right? Because you're not even though you're not actually committing a crime, you're actually doing some investigation by you just opening up documents or maybe taking a copy of the whole hard drive. You're actually writing things over to the original hard drive, and that could be thrown out in the court of law, and it can't hold up because the integrity has been compromised. So digital forensics, the one thing that they teach you in the Security Plus factor is the chain of custody. So that's pretty much if you're going to be seeing anything on the exam, you're going to see chain of custody on there. And that's where we have a list or a form, some type of PDF that once we deem a computer to be evidence and we need to take it offline, we're going to create this PDF saying when and where and what happened to the computer, right? So we're going to take it offline and put it in a safe, and that needs to be documented. And anytime someone touches the machine, such as hooking it up to a copywriter, which is what it does is that you could plug your USB cable up to the hard drive on the evidence hard drive, and then you can make a copy of it freely on a new hard drive. And now you can actually probe and go into the new hard drive without affecting the old one. But that needs to be documented on the chain of custody. Okay, so all these changes in these the way that you go into this evidence needs to be documented precisely in order to hold up in the court. Okay, so whenever we're talking about digital forensics, you want to make sure that you're understanding that the integrity piece of cybersecurity is probably going to be the stronghold there, and that chain of custody, making sure that we document every piece of information moving forward is documented and then signed off by the appropriate parties. But not only just having that computer as evidence is not just the only case. You have other things that you can take in place in order to have this evidence. Here we can have video, so if we're seeing someone break into our bank and take our computers or take our servers, then we can use the videotape from the CCTV video logs. We can also do eyewitnesses, whoever saw what happened. But we also want to make sure all of those things are documented as well. So all of these things come in place when it comes to gathering information, gathering evidence for a crime that's being committed using computers or against computers. So let's go into that a little bit. So there's two types of crimes. We can have a crime against a computer. So a botnet sending out a distributed DOS attack against a high level company, right? So you don't want to necessarily take all of the computers that's in that, let's say IBM. You don't want to take all the computers in IBM and then say, hey, we're going to round all these things up for evidence. What you want is the computer or the main bot, if you can, you get one of those bots to get that evidence and then prove that it was a crime against another set of computers. But then you also have crimes that are committed directly on that computer, such as theft, vandalism, things of that nature. So there can be in two categories. They're all not just lumped up as in a computer crime. Okay, so let's understand the difference between the two. And on your exam, you're probably going to see just read through the questions, read through the scenario in order to understand what they're actually asking. Yes, ma'am. So timelines on gathering these evidence, as you already heard me say, is pretty vital on the integrity piece when it comes to gathering this information. And every computer is going to log down what happens on the computer. There's no hiding it, and you can delete the logs, but that's a good indication that you've been compromised, you've been hacked, if someone erases the logs, right? So on your regular computer, you can always go to your event viewer, at least on Windows, and your event viewer is going to log down all of the applications, your applications tasks, as well as people who log into your computer. It's going to log all this stuff down and have a timestamp on it. So this is important whenever we want to bring this up in the court of law, because now we can say, hey, it happened on this particular time and date. Now, in the case of incident reporting or incident response teams, such as, we're actually hunting a threat, we can use the event logs to figure out when did an attack happen, and then now we can go and look at other network devices, go and look at other different systems around that same time frame to see exactly where did the attacker go, how did they shift from one system to the next, all by looking at the logs. And the logs is, like I said, a lot of people don't know that they're there. So, when you're talking about a novice or a script kiddie, they're probably going to go into your computer and not really try to delete the logs. But a more experienced hacker, a nation state type of, group of hackers, they'll probably go into a port server and probably try to delete those server logs. Now, we can put in configurations to prevent that, or you have to be a part of a administrative group in order to stop the deletion of the logs. But 9 times out of 10, it's going to be logged here, right? And we can just go in and see what's going on. This is a good way to see if you have a application that's crashing all the time. Come into your event log, see what's going on. More than likely, you're going to just, once you get into that troubleshooting field, you can just go ahead and troubleshoot it by uninstalling and reinstalling. You don't necessarily have to come into the logs, okay? But I wanted to show you guys this just because it logs everything from the time of you getting that computer and start to make changes to it. And it will continue to record things until you wipe that computer clean. Now, how do you wipe it clean? You do have some software out there that we can actually run what they call a rewriting software, where they're writing ones and zeros all over your hard drive, and that wipes the OS off and it wipes all of the content off of it. Now, this has to happen about 7 times in a row in order for it to eliminate any type of residue. But there is some software out there that could possibly bring back the image and the information that was already erased. Okay, so that's it's not a 100% for sure thing that it's going to be gone forever once you wipe it, quote unquote, but it's a good indication that we can go ahead and dispose of the hard drive, or we can go ahead and say that for sure it's clean. The only 100% way of actually getting rid of the data that's on a hard drive is actually destroying it. So that's why we watch these crime shows. You'll see once the bad guys have infiltrated and the FBI is busting through the door, they'll go ahead and throw the hard drive in the water, or they'll throw it in the microwave and do they'll put electricity to it in order to stop the magnets from actually running in the hard drive, okay? And so that completely wipes the hard drive, making it unrecoverable. But I also heard that even from electro frying the hard drive, that it's able to get back some fragments. But for the most part, that's 100%. You're not going to be able to, retrieve anything back from that. Any questions so far? So just let me put a little cap on the event logs here. So I want to go to security. So if you look here, so I'm in my security window and I'm under the window log. So this is going to log every thing that happened from the applications that's open up, the security, who logged in, what username, and I think I have a screenshot of where the passwords are actually logged at. Then your system. So your system is going to be more of your hardware, your motherboard. That's going to be the things that we don't really necessarily worry about. But if you have a fan issue, or let's say your computer is constantly overheating, you'll probably get the error here, and you'll probably be able to look into that error and then read what's going on. Okay. So once you read and let's dive into this a little bit. Once we see stuff like this and we read the error, and this is in real life, so whenever you get your job, this is what I want you to do. Whenever you get things like this and you're reading the actual description of the problem, if you don't know what it is or you want more information on it, it's a simple, highlight, and then let's copy it, or Control-C, throw it into a Google search, and let's do more research on it, okay? And more likely it's going to lead you down the path of what's going on with the issue, okay? But in most cases, when you have warnings, or even if you see errors like this with the red exclamation part, you can actually just do a restart on your computer that probably clears the issue for you or that person. Now, I wanted to go back to the audit piece where you log in at. This is going to log in anybody who logs into the computer, okay? So as you can see, this is me logging into my computer upstairs, and it logs this credential down every time that I come in and I actually put in my PIN in order to get into my computer, okay? And this started logging everything from this year, everything from this month, really. I wonder where the rest of it is at. But as you can see here, the number of times that it actually recorded that, and I wonder if that's just the ones that I see here. It's been recorded it for 34,000 times as far as logins, okay? So here's some good information. If you go into my logs, then you can see what Microsoft account that I have associated with what email that I use. So if you're giving someone access to your computer, going into your event log could hold some actual valuable information. they may not be able to use the password, but if you started to go into your registry and things like that, you could probably find the information that you want to find, okay? So that's just the event log. That's why it's so important when it comes to the forensics and the actual holding evidence and being able to have non-repudiation or integrity when it comes to the type of things that you're going to present in court. That's why it's so important to have the logs, okay? The logs is going to give the straight point facts of what's going on. You do have some caveats, right? So let's say if our time is off, a hacker comes in and they say, I'm going to go down here. Let's see if my time pulls up. So you come down here and you want to be able to adjust the time and date. Let's go here to this setting. Let's say a hacker gets into your server and they're able to change the time and date. What does that mean, right? They just change the time and date. Well, what it does is it changes the time and date on your logs as well. So now, if they could confuse you on when it comes to the research, it's because now they have switched you from an Eastern time zone to maybe a Midwest time zone. And now they can, while you're thinking things happen at a particular time zone on your side, and you overlook that piece, then they could be actually doing things in a different time zone. And so you never try to look into those event logs just because you've had the setting there for someone to change the time or the time zone. Now, we can lock this down by administrative and group policy settings. So if you're an administrator over your company, we could probably put in a group policy to say, hey, regular users can't change the time. Because if we have someone infiltrate our network, we want them to not be able to do that under a regular user's account, okay? So we're going to bet that they're not going to be able to get an administrative account, but if they do get a regular account, that they at least they can't change the time and date, so we can actually don't have to worry about that piece. And you may be asking yourself, Lee, is it really that serious to where you have to worry about the little things like that? And I say yes. If you think about it, then the hacker has thought about it. Okay, so if you think that, hey, it's a little too small, I don't have to really worry about that, from somebody else's point of view that's trying to get what you got, they're probably going to use that. They're not just going to take one path into your network. They're going to go about it in many different avenues. And as security professionals, we need to be able to close off every avenue that we possibly can without hindering the business. Okay, so even a minor change to the configuration of time is big because that's something that we can not worry about. So if someone else brings it up later on that year, saying, hey, I got a user that's trying to change their password, why is that the case? You already have an answer for it, and we can move forward on that. Okay, so timelines are important. Having those things set to where your event logs are synchronized with them, very important when, keeping that integrity of your evidence. So being able to keep that evidence is also going to strengthen the point of integrity and non-repudiation. So when I say keep, I mean more like, are we keeping the computer encased in a safe somewhere? Are we keeping it at the police station? And make sure that, whenever we do move these things from a particular building or from a room, that we're updating that chain of custody every time we move it, okay? It also says here on that slide, a right blocker. I'm going to show you a right blocker real quick. So let me open up a window. A right blocker I called it a copywriter earlier, but a right blocker that I've seen, is 9 times out of 10 going to look like this. I wouldn't say 9 times out of 10. This is what I see. That's a bad picture. Similar to this. So what this does is that you have your hard drive here that's going to come out of your computer, and it's going to use the plug-in cables to plug into this device, which is the right blocker, and then that device, that's not what I want. Because two-way street, where is it? Okay. Better. All right, so hard drive is going to use the connectors to actually power it on. So that's when you see your red cable, your black cable, and kind of like a remote cable here. This is going to give it power in order to move the magnets inside, okay? Now it's going to use this data cable here in order to copy the disk from here over to your computer using a USB connection here. Now, what that does is that you could probably put this onto a file somewhere onto your computer, or hey, if we really high speed, let's spin up a VM and let's put a copy of this OS that's on this hard drive, or let's spin up a VM and let's put the copy of this disk onto our VM. Okay, so if there's anything malicious on it, we can put it on the VM. We don't have to worry about it attacking the local machine. We can blow away the VM whenever we feel like it, okay? The write blocker is so important is because it's not going to change anything on this original disk, okay? So if we had someone who was committing a crime against a dentist's office, they were stealing people's medical records, and we caught that individual. Let's say we got their hard drive. We're able to take that hard drive out of their computer, plug it up to our write blocker, and we're filling out our chain of custody at the same time. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make a copy from their hard drive to our VM, okay? But once we're done, we're going to take this and put it back in our plastic bag, fill out our chain of custody form saying that we're done, and then now put that back into our safe, give it back to the police department and let them keep it, or give it back to your superior and let them keep it in whatever safe place that they have. Now we're going to do our investigation from a security standpoint on our VM, on our computer, go through different files. Let's see what else they've been doing, or how many victims should be uncovered in the hard drive, on a copy of the hard drive, in order to let them know that their information has been compromised. Okay, so a write blocker is going to do one important thing, and to make sure that it doesn't change anything on the original hard drive when copying it over to the new hard drive. Okay, so now we can still give this to the judge, the original one, give it to the judge and say, hey, it hasn't been compromised in no way. We only took a copy of it and we wrote it down on our chain of custody. We used this particular write blocker to not change the integrity of it, and so it should hold up in the court of law. Okay, so that's your write blocker in a real world scenario. Again, I haven't seen it. I've seen it at Ag First, but we didn't use it. But we did have it in stock, and I haven't seen it at this new place that I'm at, only because I don't think we're mature enough to have such a robust type of process just yet. Okay, so I don't think that we're threat hunting to that point, and I think that's a little bit out of our scope. So that was lesson 18. Lesson 19 went into risk management. Before I jump into risk management, any questions about the digital forensic that we just went over? And while y'all are thinking about the questions, right? Okay. I'm gonna pull up cybersecurity FBI jobs. So those of y'all that have interest in criminal justice or going into a field of law enforcement, you don't necessarily have, in my opinion, all right, my opinion, you don't necessarily have to go into a field of walking the streets and actually doing physical work with the bad guys. You can catch the bad guys, through their cybersecurity overview. Now, I'm too old for this. They do have a age limit. I think the age limit is 41, I think. Not too sure. But I'm pretty sure I'm too old for it. So I think that you still have to do like a physical training for it. So they still want you to be able to be qualified for shooting and doing physical activities. But as far as cybersecurity, I think that'll be your main goal of actually what you're doing on a day-to-day process. So you can always go here to see exactly what they got open, and I'm filling out some applications here too. So working for the government is always a good thing. Let me throw this in the chat. Any questions? All right. Risk management. Risk management is I won't say another silo in cybersecurity, but it's more geared towards the business side of it. So a lot of times, risk management is done by your upper management, C-level individuals, people who are looking at the business from a standpoint of making money, making sales, whatever the business is there to do. Risk is probably going to be in their field of judgment, okay? And as a cybersecurity professional, you need to be able to understand risk from a business standpoint, but at the same time, from a risk from a security standpoint too. Since I've been teaching the class to you guys, then, I always kind of went at you with the sense of fear, right? There's somebody out here looking at this. They could be doing this. They could be doing that. And I never really kind of gave you a confident way of looking at things, right? And so your mindset of risk could be negative. So what I mean by that is that I would imagine that you probably look at cybersecurity like lock everything down, don't let nobody in. If you don't let nobody in, then there's no way we can get hacked, right? But that's not the way the business runs. No business runs like that. You have to take a risk in order to get a reward. But you can also take a risk and suffer the consequences as well, right? So we have to be that perfect balance in between to understand that, yes, having our information in the cloud is risky, but it gives us such a wonderful way of being versatile with our data, and we can back up things, and we can always have it on demand, okay? So now you have to weigh the two out. Is it so bad that we're giving someone our private recipe to the fried chicken that gave us millions? Is it so bad that we're giving them that to where we could lose it? We could lose out on millions. But if we do give them that recipe, then now we can have that recipe ready for remote locations and on different parts of the world. And now that opens up a different opportunity in different parts of the world in order for us to make money, right? So the risk could be very rewarding on one hand versus that company that we're using for a cloud solution may go out of business in a year. So we need, as professionals, we need to be due diligent on the research that we do. And then we need to make a sound decision on which one we're going to take. Will we go with the new startup cloud company, or will we go with a Microsoft or a Google? Just because we know they're robust and they're reliable sources of resources that we can use, and we won't have to, that risk comes down a little bit. Versus, if we do this, then we can reap the benefit. The company can go into a whole nother stratosphere as far as revenue. We are willing to take this risk. Ultimately, it comes down to the business owner, right? It comes down to whoever runs that business. If they're risk takers, then as a security professional, you're going to have to be more conscious on how you apply security, because you're going to be taking a lot more risk. So you need to come up with different ways to mitigate the problem if it happens, okay? So that's the overview. Let's go ahead and go into this slide here. So what I got on the slide is the phases of risk management and the risk assessment. So that's the document that I put into the chat. We'll get to that in just a second. So the phases of risk management goes like this. You want to recognize the essential functions of the company. What do we do? Let's go with the Wally K Foundation. The Wally K Foundation is a nonprofit organization that's working in the community, in different small communities within the Columbia area district, right? So we want to know, how does Wally K stay in business? What makes them come back day after day after day? What are their goals? What are they trying to achieve, right? And as we figure out what are their goals and what are they trying to achieve, then we can say, okay, how are you doing this? Are you using computers? Are you using phones? Do you throw events, which they all do, right? She has events that are monthly, so she always brings a group of people together. So you got to think, are you emailing these people? Are you giving them sensitive information for that? Are you spending? Do you have a spending budget of being able to hold an event? So all these things come into place. And while you're doing this is kind of like an interview process with your business owner. So as a security professional, let's say you're a consultant, you're going to go into that. You're going to set up a 30-minute interview with the owner of Wiley K Foundation or the board. You sit down with the board and you just ask them questions about how do you actually run business, your business. And they tell you, because they are the expert of that, okay? Then it's your job to look at the vulnerabilities versus those functions, okay? So this is where your skills in cybersecurity comes into play. Your skills that you've been learning in the Security Plus course comes into play, because now we can say, hey, we do most of our job by emailing and having people gather at our facility. So now you would think, okay, what are the vulnerabilities in email? We all know phishing, spear phishing, social engineering, things of that nature. We bring those vulnerabilities up, okay? The actual conferences, or let's say the functions that they have at the gym, then we could say, okay, social engineering at the gym, and then the physical security that we have there. Maybe we want to look at the vulnerabilities on the Wi-Fi, okay? All of these things go into our risk management first two processes. We identify the vulnerabilities. Now, what are the threats? Who are the people remotely to that area? And then someone coming from outside. So and we're doing from emailing standpoint, where are our hackers trying to hack us from, or basically that's going to go into the security awareness, having your employees look at different emails, understanding what a phish looks like. Okay. Now, you also want to write up an assessment of how, if you were to be affected by these threats, or you took a loss on the risk, you were actually attacked. What is the business impact? Are you going to lose money? Will it stop you from holding business for the next 2 weeks? What is the case? And then the final step is to actually have a response. What are the security controls that you're going to put in place? Once you realize that you have a vulnerability, and that you identify the threat that could actually take advantage of those vulnerabilities, and then we can actually say, okay, these are the controls that we're going to put in place in order to mitigate, transfer, or avoid. Maybe we want to avoid that risk altogether. Maybe we want to mitigate the risk by giving security awareness training about phishing campaigns. Maybe we want to transfer that risk of, if we do get hacked, we'll transfer the loss to our insurance company. So now we have cyber insurance. We're able to recuperate the money that we lost, or let's say the damage done to the devices. Okay, so these types of things, those response is the final steps that we want to give. So let's take a look at the assessment that I put into the chat. I'm gonna open it up here. This is a free document that I got from the small business. I forgot what the DC stands for, but basically the SBA, Small Business Association. They're giving this form out from their cybersecurity standpoint department that they have there to help small businesses have cybersecurity, have kind of like a department there in order to afford cybersecurity solutions. So this is a good document, right? So I'm using this myself just because it asks the questions in that assessment that you want to ask your customers. And so they break it down into different sections. You got physical security here, and then you got mobile devices, login passwords. We'll go over that in just a second. The website, the social media site. What type of data backup? What kind of data storage that you're using as a small business? But I like this part as well, where they ask you more in-depth questions of who's responsible for the cybersecurity solutions in your company. More likely, that's going to be your business owner, right? Especially if it's a small business. Do you have vulnerability scanning, intrusion detection? A lot of people don't know that they have these things in place, and maybe that they don't. And this is a good document to have to go to a company and say, okay, let's do a cybersecurity assessment on you, and you can just ask these questions, and now they can understand the type of posture that their company stands when it comes to cybersecurity. So let's go back up to the questions that they were asking on physical security. So we'll look at a couple of them in each section. So we have what is malware, virus, and intrusion detection is in place. What AV do they have in place on their computers? Okay, and so now you would ask that question to, we're going to keep with the example of Wally K. We would ask that question to the board, and if they know, they don't. If they know, they would give you that answer. If they don't, you would just simply, put yes or no, and then whatever they think is in place or not. Okay, and then you would also ask questions such as, are the hard copies of files locked? So remember when we did the physical walk around in the building, we seen that the drawers were open, right? So these are things that they can keep their mind on, like, you know, you can fill this out and give them a copy of it and say, okay, I want you to work on the physical part. We will work on the software parts of it. So let's go down to the mobile devices part where they ask, can a company remotely lock or wipe your device if lost? Remember, we went over this the other week where having a mobile device management software on those laptops and tablets and cell phones is important, because if we lose it, then we can remotely wipe the information that's on those devices, okay? So those are things that we can ask them, and they can, if they never thought about it, now they can, and maybe they go and look at certain solutions. They got things for the login and passwords, how many users you have at an admin level, which is a very important thing to know. But a lot of small businesses may not know. Medium-sized, it may be according to who you're interviewing. If they have like an IT guy there, they could probably answer that. But in most cases, especially if the cybersecurity posture of a company is very poor, a lot of people might have admin rights that they shouldn't have. Just go back to my example of changing the time and date. That's an administrative type of asset that a lot of people have and may not realize that they have those things. Okay. Real quick, social media. Who has access and authorization to put out social media content? Very important, right? And you may say, why is that important? Well, I may deface your social media. Let's say if you don't have anything personal or sensitive on your social media site, but I can put images. Let's say if I get a church social media site, if I'm able to log into their Facebook, and then I put inappropriate posts on their page, then how does that affect the reputation of the church moving forward? So it's very important to not just, make sure the password is locked down, make sure that it's not written down somewhere in someone's office. It can hold a bigger risk factor to it. Okay, keeping up with the risk thing of it. It can hold a bigger factor to it. I can deface that social media site, and now the congregation has gotten smaller because you put this out for everyone to see. Not just, I'm going to take down certain messages or certain videos that you may have, but, building against a reputation for a company is also just as important as what we call a quantitative analysis, which we'll get into that a little bit later. But it's a quantitative analysis where it's not just money value, it is more of a mental state of how someone views the business. Okay? So that's the risk assessment. Any questions on that? Anybody can open up that assessment that I put in the chat? All right. So, yeah, good segue to quantitative risk assessment. That's where, like I said, it's not necessarily qualitative is going to deal with money, right? So it's easy to do that type of assessment. You're going to go in and you're going to say, we got 2 servers, 5 PCs, 1 printer, and we can do a value lookup or research on each one of those devices, and we could say the qualitative assessment of these devices combined is roughly $2,000. So if we lose one of them or we lose all 7 devices, then we could say $2,000, $2,500 could get us back up and running within 2 weeks. Okay, so that's the qualitative assessment. We have a number value to it. Okay, where it gets kind of tricky at is when you start to put in your what is the value for your employees, right? And that's 9 times out of 10 you're going to probably go off of the salary that you pay them, but then that goes into the quality of work that they have. So that can get kind of murky there. But it's normally qualitative is going to be with a value, a number value. Quantitative is going to be what does somebody think, or what could be the impact if we're hacked. So it's more difficult to find out the risk factor of it, because it's more based off of so many factors that comes into what could drive our customers away. Could it be the quality of work that we're putting out? Did we post something that our customers didn't agree with? Prime example is that back when Trump was the president, if a company was to back Trump and stand for what he stands for, then it could affect the sales. A quantitative risk assessment, right? So you need someone, not saying that you as a cybersecurity professional should say, hey, maybe we shouldn't put that on our social media page of what he said, but it was more of when you're talking about a C-level personnel who's sitting on the board, they may say maybe we shouldn't put this out there because it's too murky to actually say we want to back what the president says, because he's unliked, then we will become unliked, right? So it's hard to actually have a direct value for qualitative risk assessment, okay? But on your exam, they're gonna, ask you about the different factors that goes into the risk factors when it comes to qualitative risk assessment, which is going to be your single loss expectancy, and meaning, so if we have a server in play and we lose that server, that one server, what is the single loss expectancy for that server? So it may be $900 for that one particular thing, right? But the exposure factor that goes into it means how is it exposed to the public, or is it exposed to the nature? Meaning, could a tornado hit that building and now it destroys the data center? Okay, and then it goes into the annual loss expectancy. How many times are you expecting to lose this particular product throughout the year? Okay, and then with those three things multiplied with each other, then you get an annual rate of occurrence, which is how often is this thing going to happen? Okay. All of those sound murky, right? There's no particular. How do you actually say how many times are we going to have a fire a year? How many times are you going to have a hurricane hit, or someone breaks into your data center and steals all your servers? It's hard to put a number on that. And really, to tell you the truth, in the real world, you have a particular department that handles risk assessment, and that's going to be your governance, risk, and your GRC, governance, risk, and control, governance, risk, and compliance department. Sorry, they're going to be going over things like this, being able to have those formulas already made out for the business, and being able to come up with numbers, actually putting numbers to those factors. But from a standpoint of just learning the Security Plus, it's hard to really kind of figure it out. You probably could figure out the single loss expectancy. But if we're talking about data, let's say data has no monetary value to it. I lost all my slides. How much did that slide cost you? I don't know. Maybe 15 minutes worth of work. Do you want to take my hourly wage, divide it by 15 minutes, and then that's how much the single loss expectancy is? So it's just kind of, like I said, it's all murky when it comes to quantitative. But for the exam, I want you to realize that it's not, if we're going to say it's a particular number, it's going to be qualitative. If it's more of a feel of emotions, a lot of factors into it, then it's going to be qualitative. Okay? I know that was a little confusing. Any questions on that? No questions. Lesson 20. Lesson 20. So we're talking about resiliency. Cybersecurity resiliency. Give me 1 second. Let me take a drink real quick. Sorry about that. Okay, lesson 20. Cybersecurity resiliency. In this chapter, we're talking about a lot of redundancy, right? And I don't mean redundancy is we already went over the information, but more of how do we keep the business running? How do we keep that data flowing constantly? And a lot of times you'll see in the chapter, you'll see a lot of cases of having multiple servers put up, load balancing, or just having multiple devices doing the same activities. This is how you're going to really get over your DDoS attacks, your DOS attacks. Anyone attacking one machine, you can let that machine go down. That's fine. But because we have two more machines doing the same thing. To give you an example of that is that if we have, let's go over to, if we go to Azure and I want to go to show you guys the VMs. So the VMs that I got here, 4 different VMs, right? And let's say on my home lab VM, I have that as being my email server. But the rest of these are also email servers as well. And what they do is that they all work in conjunction to load balance a company with 10,000 users on it. So they're all talking to different servers at different types of times, but they all share the same information. Okay, so if Chris, he decides to turn into a hacker and he decides to take down, he gets the information on one of my email servers, just one. And he says, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and we'll take this offline. I'm going to send a DDoS attack to the home lab 1, okay? That's fine. From a security standpoint, well, it's not fine, right? I don't want that because that shows that I've been infiltrated and someone got to my internal servers, which is bad. But I've taken, that was the risk, right? I know that in order for us to have business, in order for people to have email, I need to have somewhere where a point where someone can reach it from an outside standpoint inside, right? So that was the risk that I knew I had to take. But I mitigated the risk because I put several different servers out there doing the same thing. So Chris can take down the home lab, that's fine. I'm going to write up an incident. I'm going to go ahead and, isolate that machine. But I'm not going to lose out on the people losing emails because I have several other machines up and running, And now all the traffic that was going to home lab is just going to be load balanced between the other three, okay? So that's the reason why we want, in that case, we want redundancy. Redundancy is always going to give us another option of actually having business run smoothly without any issues. Now, for that case, we still, like I said, we're still going to do a reason why we were actually infiltrated. And then what else did Chris was he able to move laterally in the network? Was he able to see more sensitive information that he shouldn't have? What did he see on the server that he got on there? Okay, we will ask all these questions. Not saying that we overlook that, but what we don't have to overlook is that, you know, when someone attacks your server, you don't have to worry about losing out on business that day. We may even have to put out a public statement saying that Mitchell Technologies were a victim of email attack on our servers. It's a potential that customers' information was leaked and things of that nature. And it may hurt us in a long term. It may hurt us in a long term, but at least we don't have to stop for that day. So if I only had one email server and Chris goes in and he does a DDoS attack on that one server, I'm done for that day as far as emails. I'm done. I can't do anything. I can't communicate, right? So until I get that server back up and running, I'm pretty much, you can tell people to go home for that day. Log off. We're not doing anything else. Bad business. Security professional, I want you guys to go in there and look at it. If you have any type of just one, what they call a pain point, or this is a the phrase I'm looking for is single point of failure. If you have a single point of failure, then you're exposing yourself to be a victim of a DOS attack, a denial of service attack. So that redundancy not only goes for servers, data, which I think we'll get into data later on. Yeah. And but it also, for this slide, goes for power supplies. So power supplies in the real world, this is what you're going to see. Oops. This is what you're going to see in the real world. So when I was working for the bank, a particular bank here in Rock Hill, we would have to go out here and put these at the tellers' positions. Sorry, someone said something? Okay. So these ups they have no small batteries in them, and in the body panel here, they have little small batteries, and they keep a charge. And what that does is that whenever we have a bad storm or power goes out to the whole building, then their computers just won't automatically shut down. They will automatically draw the power from this box until power is restored to that building. That way, and you know, you may be thinking, well, in a bank, is that really important? Well, if you're doing a transaction during a storm, and it's several thousands of dollars that you're transferring, you don't want the teller's PC to go ahead and shut down mid-transfer. You don't want that, right? So at least you want it to stay up and running in order to finish the transaction, okay? And that's where UPS comes into play. Very good source of energy. I think these things can stay powered for at least 2 days straight. So worst case scenario, you can at least get through the finish of that work day. And then if you have multiple branches, that you can tell someone, okay, this branch is shut down for that day. Please go over to the next nearest branch to finish any transaction. Okay, this is what we put on the workstation. Do I think you need this at the house? Maybe not. I don't think so. Laptops, and if you have a desktop, then maybe you might want a smaller up that you might want to put it on. Now, don't be confused by surge protector. It has a surge protector built in. Okay, so we're talking about this pack back here. But a lot of times people get confused with surge protector being a battery pack, and that's not the case. This is if it's not heavy, like 50 pounds heavy, or it doesn't have kind of like a panel on it to where you can take off and replace the battery, then it's not a UPS, okay? It's just a surge protector, okay? But you can also see that these things are smart too, right? We see the Ethernet cables right here. So what does that mean? It's a Internet of Things. We can potentially put a Ethernet cable in this UPS, and then now we can, from a remote site, we can see if the batteries are still good, if it's plugged up. I doubt if you can see what's plugged up in it, but if it's plugged up and if the batteries are good, okay? They didn't use this all the time with the bank because it opens up another layer of protection that we need to be aware of. So we could just, shut those ports off. We're not using them, shut them off, and then we just make sure, the tellers have their PCs plugged in to this surge protector in the back. Okay, that's your UPS. That's for the workstation. Now, for the routers, right? Because whenever we have a storm or you have a power, let's say if they're doing some construction on the road and they cut a power line to your building, then now, you need your workstations can stay up and running, but the network is going to go down. Well, the network, those routers and things of that such, those routers and switches, they take a lot of more power in order to stay up and then connected. So in order to have the network stay up and to finish, let's say, keeping the scenario of that bank transaction, in order for that transaction to keep going, you need something to keep the network up and running as well, right? And this is where our generators comes into place. These generators are probably going to be sitting outside of a data center, and they need diesel gas to actually keep them running days on end. But they're built there to, I think, last maybe 2 weeks at a time if they're just running constantly. And the only thing you need to do is have the resources of getting diesel fuel to put in and keep those that generator up, to keep the data center up, to keep the network going. Okay, this is the redundancy in the case of the data center. You're probably going to have some type of big generator outside like this, and y'all see the price. It's not a game, so it can get real pricey. Some companies can't afford that, and so what do? Well, as a security professional, you have to find probably a better option for that, or take advantage of putting it on layaway here. But you need to find a better option when it comes to, maybe our company is mid-sized and they can't really swing $20,000 on a generator. And then when you think about the upkeep costs, having those things probably serviced every 2 to 3 years, making sure that they run. Quick fact about that is that when you have things like this outside your data center, you need to have tests that goes on a yearly basis to make sure that you do a test to make sure that it actually works. Because a lot of times it's easy to set this in and then forget it, right? Throughout the whole year of working. So you need to have, disaster and recovery tests where we cut the power to the data center and we see if it automatically switches over to the standby generator. Which can be, it might not cut over. And if it doesn't cut over, at least in the training, we can go ahead and alleviate the issues that we're having. And then so if it does happen for real, we know that we don't have to worry about that. That's what goes back into due diligence. Doing what you're supposed to do to see, doing what you're supposed to do, doing your homework to make sure that you're doing right by the company or right by your company. But that's the redundancy when it comes to the network. More likely you're going to probably have a big generator out here like that. Matter of fact, let's go back. If you wanted something smaller, you're probably going to be looking at something like this. But, I don't really see people. I can't see that. Maybe they might have one out where you're going to have to go ahead and, pull on it to actually have it generate power. I'm just trying to think on a small scale. Maybe talking about, let's say, like Morris College. What generator would you put out there? You're probably going to have to go with the 16 grand generator, the diesel generator. Or maybe a natural gas generator to keep the network up and running. That might be a more sensible case. The reason why I wouldn't want to see this is because you would have to have someone actually go out there and crank it up like a lawnmower and get it running, and then make sure all the devices are plugged up and actually powered back up, right? So that's why I didn't really like that. But the $2,000 standby generator that maybe you have your local gas company come out there and hook it up through gas, that might be a viable option here. So just a couple of options when it comes to power redundancy. Now, the redundancy when it comes to data. I didn't highlight anything here because I was trying to figure out what keywords I wanted to focus in on. But when it comes to data, we want to think about, when we're thinking about redundancy, we're thinking about the cloud. Having our information in the cloud and then available at any time, at any place, right? So going back to our cloud solutions here, these virtual machines could be stationed at, which they're all on the East Coast, but they could be stationed on the West Coast, in India, the country, in Africa, Asia, anywhere in the world, we can put our data, which is great, right? Especially when you're talking about, let's say if you're a worldwide company and people in the UK need to get to your information. Well, you don't want them to travel all the way virtually. You don't want them to travel virtually all the way to the East Coast of America to bring that data across the Atlantic Ocean over to, let's say, Germany, okay? You want to put that data into a Germany location in a data center for Azure. Now, when you're talking about these big cloud companies such as Google, Microsoft, OneDrive, things of that nature, these companies have data centers globally, and they're redundant. They have those data centers redundant to the 10th power. So we're going to look up Google data center. And I think they got one in Charleston. Not too sure. But these data centers are small cities, man. And this is, and we'll get to the data in just a second, but in just a minute. But these are, you know, things that I'm talking about. This is all servers, you know, all connected, all working as one. Your data could be scattered all through these sectors, right? And not only is that one spot of just, you know, servers where he's at, but then you have it sectioned off, and that's an aisle right there that you can walk down. And then you have another sector of servers that just using up could you imagine how much that electric bill has to be, right? It's got to be crazy. But they put it up in these rural areas such as Oklahoma. Like I said, I think they got one in Charleston, or the rural part of not Chesterfield County, wherever Charleston, I think it's Chesterfield. I don't know. Anyway, Charleston, in the rural part of Charleston. I think Google was out there. But to go back to my point of data, the data could be scattered in Oklahoma as well as in Missouri or Virginia. Or if you got it outside the country, India, Germany. What you need to be aware of is what type of jurisdiction that you have your data in. And this goes into the policies, your GDPR, which is a European Union framework that protects people's data from the Europe side versus in America. So they have restrictions and regulations on personal data in Europe that are very different than the United States. And so having their information housed in Oklahoma is a violation of their policies. And so now you can get into a litigation on legal issues just by not reviewing where your data is located at and how your customers are able to get to your data. So if you're going to be spinning up these VMs, it's important to, you know, understand what's going to go onto that server and then where is it going to be housed at, okay? That's a cool picture. We'll come back to this picture. Actually, I want to see if there's a good picture to show a hot and cool owl. Give me 1 second. I think that'll be it right there. So you could imagine, like I said, the amount of perfect. Actually, I don't like that. These are the centers from an outside standpoint. Look at all the generators that they got here. And we were looking at a small one that was $16,000. You imagine how many, let's say if that was all $16,000 generators just lined up on one side of the data center. And this is in Georgia? Yeah, outside of Atlanta. And this is Oregon. So massive plants. You think about all the servers and networks. When you think about how many people actually use Google and how many people got a Gmail, a YouTube account, YouTube videos, people use Google for business, classroom settings. We're using it for a classroom setting, right? So you just think about where our data could be. It's amazing, really, if you think about it. But let me get back to my hot and cold owl, and we'll come back to that later. We'll go with . So that's when going back to this slide, that's the redundancy we have when it comes to where is our data located, and then how are we putting those replications in different sectors when it comes to
Green one, mine.
cloud.
Yeah, the green was yours. Okay. Everything it do.
Okay. That scared me for a second. All right. Okay. Let me speak on the on cloud, the cloud versus on-premise. Having your data on-premise is beneficial, right? You don't have to pay a cloud provider to keep your data, to protect your data. You don't have to worry about them being hacked, and then now your data is a victim by association, right? But keeping it on premise, meaning keeping it on location. Let's go back to Moore's, and let's use Moore's College as or we can use Benedict. Let's use Benedict as an example. We can keep our data of all of our students on Benedict's campus, which is fine. The problem is that if Benedict is shut down for any reason, loses power, tornado hits it, someone steals the servers, someone vandalizes the servers, a flood happens, and now the servers are no more serviceable. It causes us to shut down for a particular time in order to figure out the issue and then get back to a working standpoint. Having your data in the cloud gives you kind of like if you're going with a big name company, you've seen how we just seen data centers in Oregon, Atlanta, and I think it was another one. But anyway, yeah, I said Charleston. So 3 different places, 3 different parts of America. With that being said, is that with devices being mobile, such as laptops and tablets, our teachers at Benedict can always go into a lesson plan. Our students can always log into the LMS, and they can always get back to a central point. The only thing they need is a device to do that, whether that be a phone or a tablet or a laptop. If we could just point them to the same software, then the cloud can provide these services there in order for the essential part of the business, which in this case is the students learning a lesson. The cloud can always provide that. On premise is kind of the old way of doing things. Back in the day, your teachers would have lesson plans, books, worksheets, all these physical assets that make up a class on the campus. So if the campus shut down, then essentially the business did not run, okay? Because students didn't learn anything because there was no centralized spot to go to. The cloud eliminates that, and it opens the world up. Now, it's not all good. Like I've been saying earlier in this lecture, is that when you use a cloud provider, you are in risk of now you're letting someone else hold your data. It could be sensitive. It could be detrimental to the business. So say if we go with we can't afford Google, but we can afford Apple. So Apple's pretty big. We can use a Dropbox. Dropbox is not as big as Google. And let's say Dropbox, while they hold our data, they get compromised. They get they're hacked. If that's the case, then now we run a risk of students' information getting out because we went with a smaller cloud provider. So it's not necessarily a great thing to go to the cloud. Everybody has access to, let's go back to our pictures real quick. Let me put an emphasis on that. So like these servers that she's working on, everybody is, you don't know who has access to those servers. Yes, we're all in a virtual standpoint, right? In a virtual machine, right? But we have no idea who we're sharing. We're putting our data in a certain sector of that hard drive. Well, so is the hacker on the same server. It could be that, right? I'm speaking hypothetically, but it could be the same server. And so the hacker may have skills to do what they call a sprawl, and they be able to get out of the virtual standpoint and now be on the local server and see everyone's information that's on that server. That's a possibility. So if that's the possibility, do we want to run the risk of putting our information on the cloud? Then it goes back to our risk management, right? Our risk management says, well, if we keep things on premise, there's a greater chance that we might have a snow day here in South Carolina, because we've been getting those every year now. It may be a snow day that comes and it shuts us down, versus if we have a snow day, we can just go to the cloud and we'll take the risk of someone not being able to perform a sprawl, and we can always have our students go to the cloud and do today's lesson whenever that snow day is going to happen. So you do this risk management and you weigh the options out. Okay, so that's the wonderful thing about risk management. When it comes down to the decision making and how the business is going to move forward, the C-level individuals should always go and talk to their security professional, because they should be able to reach out to you and say, this is what we're thinking about doing. What are the vulnerabilities that we face? What are the risk factors? Should we, in your professional opinion, should we embark on this risk? Is it, and I want to take that back. They shouldn't ask you if they should embark on it. They should ask you, what are the vulnerabilities, what are the threats? Give me a risk analysis on it. They will make the decision if the risk is tolerable for them, and that they're willing to take on that risk, okay? That's when you get into the risk appetite, but that's out of the scope of this course, okay? Okay, so on premise, like I said, keeping it on base or wherever you're at in that building. Maybe you might even have it in 2 different buildings, right? But more likely you're talking about money at that point in time, because if you have servers in one building and then you have servers in another building that's adjacent. I know in let's say in Benedict you have it in 2 different buildings, a business administration building, and then you got a backup server in the library. It's still within the same premise, right? It's on the same campus. But once you want to move things across town, maybe across the state line, then you're talking about a cloud solution, right? Because that's only what the cloud is. The cloud is just another data center too far away from you to actually travel to, right? So that goes into that. Moving on. Snapshots. So with these VMs, redundancy-wise, you could take snapshots of your VMs. And so if someone attacks your VM, that particular server, you can go ahead and rewind it back to a point in time where before the actual attack happened. A lot of times in the versions of Windows, I want to say Windows 7, that was a popular option where you can rewind the state of the state of the OS, and it erases everything that you've done to a particular point in time, and then starts off from that standpoint. But in virtual machines, this is very important when it comes to if you're going to have a lot of people use your machine, but they don't need to save anything. Maybe they just need to use the machine for web browsing. Then you could set a snapshot up to restart back at the beginning spot at 2 a.m. every morning. It starts back at a particular spot. So let me see if I can show you that real quick. If not, I can show you on my regular PC what I mean. So that capture is similar to what I'm talking about. But it should say snapshot. So, all right, let's go. Okay, let's go into disaster recovery. Not what I wanted. All right, no biggie. It may be, never mind, I'm not even going to look for it. Okay. That's not what I want. Yeah, let's go to system config. So I'm gonna try to look up it up on my local machine, and can't find it here either. Not what I want. Is it reset? So reset. Reset is probably the closest thing that I'm gonna get to it. Yeah. Okay. So verbiage try to guess. So snapshots, yes. Okay. So snapshot takes you back to a particular point, but since I can't show you the actual snapshot in the virtual setting, virtual machine setting, I'm gonna show you how we do it on a regular PC. Because this is kind of the closest thing that you're gonna get on your local PC to a snapshot. You can reset your PC, and what that does is it basically is strip the profile that's on it, and everything that you've done on that profile is deleted. Now, to get a little bit to talk a little bit more about deleted, it doesn't wipe it from your hard drive. Okay. Earlier in this lecture, I said you could get software that writes ones and zeros over your hard drive to completely wipe it. Resetting the PC does not do that. Okay. So if you have ever reset a PC thinking that your personal information was gone, it's probably recoverable if you have the right software. I doubt if the person that may have the computer now have that software. I would doubt, but resetting the PC sets it back to a certain snapshot, a certain particular time in that computer, and it basically goes back to just the first time that you took it out of the box, and now you're using that PC for the first time, right? But what it does, when I say delete your profile, it allows something else to be written over your profile. And that kind of goes into the software that writes over it and wipes it clean. But when you're deleting it, it waits until it has something else to put over it, okay? So residue of your personal information is still there, but it's just waiting for something else to rewrite over it, okay? If that makes sense. And resetting your PC is something that you could do to experience the snapshot. You reset it, takes maybe about 20 minutes to actually reset a PC. And this is a good way of cleaning out old updates that you may have, or old downloads that you may have just sitting on the PC, slowing it down. A lot of times whenever someone asks me to clear up their PC or get it back to a speedy type of PC, I'm probably going to run a reset on it, just to kind of take it back to a particular point in time of that OS, and then have them start from there. So on Windows 11, you're probably going to just type into your start menu, reset. It's going to bring you here. I'm not going to hit that now because that'll cut our session. Right? Any questions about lesson 20? All right, no questions. You want to take a 10-minute break? 10-minute break, put a thumbs up in the chat or a hand.
Sounds good to me.
So we'll be back at 10:48.
Okay.
With the last lesson in this is it, which is physical security. So we went over a good bit of this physical security while we did the in-person class, but I do want to point out some things that you're for sure going to see on the test, and I think it's a good conversation too, because we overlook it. We think cybersecurity is such a digital profession. Things of firewalls and configurations and logins, but nothing beats good old-fashioned stuff. And a hacker doesn't necessarily have to know anything about the firewalls if he could just take the firewall in the server, or just take the server out of the physical building. So let's go into this. We only got 3 slides, but I do want to talk about physical security for a second. So mainly what you want to know for the exam is that they're going to ask you about these barricades. How do you keep people at a perimeter of the building that you're operating out of? Oh, before I jump into that, going back to snapshots real quick. Snapshots, I found it here in my virtual box. So what I did is, so virtual box is kind of like the Azure that I've been showing you, but it's something that you download locally on your PC, and then we can run virtual machines off your local PC. But Azure is just in the cloud. So if you go to once you have your VM built, you can go over here to the little ellipses over here to the right of it, and you can see snapshots. Now, you go to snapshots, and what that does is that at this current state of where I have my server, whatever configurations that I have placed on it, whatever applications that I have on it, it takes a snapshot of it, and I'm able to always point back at it whenever I want to. Okay, so now I can let anybody go into this server, make any kind of changes that they want. and break it for all I care. And then I can always go back to my snapshots, and then I can just apply the snapshot. So I can just go back in and hit start on my snapshot, and it goes back to the original state of the snapshot, wherever it was taken at. Not the changes that you made, not the, breaking it. It doesn't start there. It starts it back at the snapshot, okay? So it bothered me a little bit. I had to find that. So I'm glad I found that and showed that to you guys. So that's snapshot. Now, going back to our fence, they're going to ask you about fence, the fence and the ballards, and then lighting that you have around your fence. They want you to realize what type of environment that you're working in. Is the building set off the road to where it's kind of like at night, it's dark and no one can really see in it or see around it? Is the parking lot poorly lit? Is it capable for people to go in and be unseen, even if you have cameras up, because you just can't really see? So do we need to put up a fence, a better fence? Maybe the fence is, you're able to crawl under it. Maybe you can go over it. Do we need to put barbed wire on the top of the fence? A lot of corporate organizations will probably steer away from barbed wire on the top, but maybe you may be working for a government contractor that builds top secret weapons for the government. Then yeah, you probably want to go those measures. So it's all relative to what type of organization that you're working with, on the severity of how do we take, how far are we going to take it with the fence and the barricades that we have out in the perimeter of the building. Do we have armed guards at the entryway of the gate? Is there a one-way in, one-way out? Do we have cameras at the entry point? Do we have cameras in the parking lot? Things of that nature. All these things falls into physical security. What type of guns do the armed security is going to have? Is it going to be a 9mm handgun, or is it going to be some type of automatic rifle? All goes into what type of business are we working at. So let's give an example. If we're high security, lockdown type of business, then we're probably going to go with a high-powered rifle in the beginning stages of coming in. But we also probably going to have a entry gate, some type of entry gate to let you in, some type of ID badge to let you in. But we also going to have a process to check in visitors too, right? So a lot of times if you try to go onto any military base, you'll see armed guards before you get to any type of building on the base. And then they want to check ID cards. If you're a civilian, they want to check your driver license. But if you are children, then they probably want to see some type of ID, school ID, and some type of association to that person. And if you're a civilian, they're probably going to have you get out of the car and sign some type of paperwork showing that you have business on the base, okay? So that's kind of high security, taking a lot of measures just to get you through the physical security entryway first. Let's say if you're working at a Fortune 500 company, we probably just want a security guard out there. Probably not going to give them a weapon at all, but we're going to have a log sheet for visitors. So maybe I'm looking for a parking badge on the car. If I don't see them, I'll pull them off to the side, have them check in, sign in, check in, who are you going to see, and keep a record of it that way, okay? And it can vary from how, and these are also decisions that the C-level board members are going to probably make. How far do we want to go with the security at the physical entryway? You don't want to go into a school campus and you see armed, individuals with bulletproof vests on, with helmets and an automatic weapon. Do you want your child to actually go there? Probably the answer is probably going to be no. Okay? But all of those things play a part on the physical entry because, like I said, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to hack into particular networks or servers or get behind firewalls or DMZs. All that doesn't matter if I could just take the server away from you. Because even if I can't break into the server once I physically have it, I still took the server. I can always take it to somebody who can, right? I can always take the hard drive out and it's probably a quick Facebook search and find someone who could probably get into it. So it's very vital that you protect the physical devices. So if we're talking about servers, are they going to be behind a locked door? Remember in the Wiley K Foundation, they had it in the network closet, but the network closet was unlocked, so we can all easily go in and take the devices from there. Do they have a sign-in sheet of people who can go into the network closet and do maintenance on those servers? Someone may come in social engineering having a CDW. CDW is a IT company that does services for some companies, and sometimes they may send individuals out to actually perform physical maintenance on your servers. So somebody could easily buy a shirt off of eBay and then show up at the place of business and be able to maybe plug in a keylogger or just take the whole server and say the lie would be, I need to perform some maintenance at the office. I'll bring this back. Okay, so we want to make sure that we have logs there to know who's going into our network closet. If all possible, maybe have someone monitor all visitors coming onto the place of business, seeing if they're doing what they came to do until they follow them until they meet the personnel that they need to meet, and that person can vouch for them. So all of these things play a part in the physical security aspect of cybersecurity. Now, in the data center, you have these things called hot and cold aisles. Now, what does this have to do with physical security? Well, this is the physical protection of the actual server. In these data centers, you can imagine, when I show those pictures, you can imagine all those PCs get hot, especially when they're processing at high speed and constantly around the clock. So you can imagine the electrical bill as far as the air conditioning to be astronomical. Well, if they get so hot, then they can easily overheat and shut down, which creates a denial of service on yourself, right? So what you want to do when setting up a data center, if you're ever put in a situation where you're working with a company and they're putting up a data center on premise, they're going to do this with their own money, then you need to make sure that you put in a hot and cold aisle type of setup. And this diagram shows exactly what I mean by hot and cold. So the front of the servers is where the little guy is at, and he's plugged into a server. That's the front. This is more likely where your air conditioner vent is going to be here. It's going to blow out cool air on this side, right? And that intake is going to be able to keep the front of the servers cold. But the exhaust of those servers is going to blow out on the back end, right? So, sorry, I moved the picture. So on that back end, the hot air from the server's been running all day is going to move on the back side of this aisle. So this aisle is called hot because on this middle aisle is also going to have the back end of these servers, okay? So just on the other side will be the front side, as you can see right here. So this cold aisle is here. So that air conditioner vent needs to be here. And then the back, it pretty much becomes a redundancy throughout, or however big the data center is. But you want to make sure that the back of each servers are facing each other, creating an aisle of hot air to go out. And we want to make sure what you didn't probably pay attention to is how it's raised up. You want the floor to be raised up as well in order for the cold air to come up, the cold vent to come up and be able to cool off the servers, but you want that high air, which is going to rise, to come to go up into the vents at the top. So let me take that back on when I said that vent is coming down. The vent will be coming up from the floor, okay? And then the hot air will go up into the vents and then leave the building that way, okay? This keeps a cool, when you walk into a data center, it should be not terribly cold like a freezer, but for me, I gotta carry a jacket every time I go in there because it's cold. It's just gonna be cold enough to where the servers are constantly running at an optimal speed. This also creates condensation, it keeps down on condensation. That could, you get so much heat going on to where it creates a water substance. And so you don't have to worry about that being around so much electronics, okay? So having this type of setup in a data center is ideal. I think I did pull up a better diagram. So you can see the back end of these servers are all facing one way, and you can see the vent is catching that and taking it outside of the building. The cold air is going to come from the bottom and go up into the front side, cooling off those servers. In the real world, you're probably looking at something like this, right? And so you're talking millions of dollars to set it up similar to like this. And this is where on-premise and then data centers in the cloud come into factors. Because you can imagine this costing, if not $100 million to set up and then to maintain. And you're talking about cost of running these servers around the clock versus paying a fee in the cloud, and then now you don't even have to worry about the infrastructure here. And just a little nugget, let's say if one of the servers do go down and we need to replace it, then we need to actually go in here, unscrew it, unplug it from the network, and then put in an order with Dell or Lenovo or whoever is selling that type of server, wait for the postal office to bring it to our facility, and then we need to put an image on it, put it with the configuration, and then take it back to the data center, put it in place. That can take up to 2 weeks worth of downtime that we have our server down. But in the cloud, we can easily spin up a server in a matter of minutes. You all have done it. So, it has the benefits of saving so much time that I think it's inevitable that people will try to stay away from the cloud. And I think as the cloud solutions become better with keeping people's data, that you probably would just, it would just behoove you to have some type of cloud instance in your business. So that's the hot and cold hours. Finally, we're going to talk about fire detection and suppression. You would think that we wouldn't talk about this, but when you think about it, let's go back to our picture here with these data centers. If we have a fire system or fire suppression in our data center, you want to think about the water that we have for a fire if it does break out. And I say the water because there's other things that we can use in order to put out a fire. But they all come with their certain particular risks, right? So water will eventually put out an electrical fire. Well, it's not great for an electrical fire, that's one. Plus, it's going to be going on our servers, so we potentially lose all of our data by putting water onto a server, okay? The other way we can actually do it is having gas go in to take away, I think, the oxygen out of the room, which immediately kills the fire. That's cool, but let's say if we have somebody in the server room while the fire breaks out and the gas comes on, now we kill the person as well as the fire. A risk that we kind of want to weigh out, right? So to give a real life scenario, when I was working at a bank in Lancaster, they had their data center on campus and they had that gas treatment in the, so it was basically in the same room as the IT department. I wasn't in there. I was going out to the different branches, but whenever we have a department meeting, we would meet in the same room with the servers. I felt apprehensive because if a fire broke out, it lets out the gas that kills the oxygen, but it was no guarantee that someone was going to be in there at that point in time. And I thought it was just a bad judgment to not go with a water solution versus a gas solution, and someone would be willing to take the risk of killing someone to save the data. I thought that was crazy. But I think they wanted to be high speed when it came to the cutting edge technology and say, oh, look, we ain't got to damage the PCs. We could just kill the fire. And it kills the fire instantly, right? But you also can't, like, I just didn't understand putting someone's life at danger in order to save data when you could just easily put the data in the cloud and throw the water on the doggone server. But I'm getting off onto a little rant, and that teed me off. I was just thinking about it again. It just didn't seem right to me. It didn't sit right with me. But anyway, fire suppression, you want to make sure that as a professional, security professional, you wanna always take human life first. Save the human life first. So if that means putting some water on some PCs to put out the fire, put the water on the PC. But if you can have some type of, if you know that people are not going to be in that area often, then maybe consider the gas option. Maybe consider. But I would also probably maybe if you're going to go with the gas solution to put out a fire, maybe have some type of delay. So maybe it has an alarm and it goes off in a matter of 30 seconds, 40 seconds for everybody to get out of the data center immediately before it goes off. Maybe even 5 minutes at the most, right? What can you lose And if you're doing your due diligence, you already got a backup system, so you have backups going somewhere else, maybe 5 minutes before the actual gas kicks in and then sprays inside. So at least that gives that person enough time to gather their things and leave the facility before the gas is put into that building. Okay, so what you want to know as far as fire extinguishers for the exam, that a Class C is going to be used for electrical fires. You want to make sure that you have these in places where fires could, electrical fires could possibly break out. You're probably going to see that on the exam. And just keep in mind that saving a human life is always the #1 factor, and then everything else could be second. Okay? Any questions on the physical security part? Yes, Chris.
I have a question, not so much on the physical security part, but snapshot. I noticed on Azure, when you was looking for that, is capture the same thing as snapshot? It says image whenever you highlight it. Is that the same thing?
I was thinking that it was, but I was thinking more of the capture is probably a literal capture of it, kind of like taking a screenshot of the configuration.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was thinking, but it may be a snapshot. I'm not gonna say that it's not. Where is it? Give me 1 second.
Okay.
So we can look into it. And what Chris is referring to, when you click on your VM, you see this capture up here, the image, and so I take that back. It's not a screenshot of the configuration. What this is going to do is create an image of the configurations that you already built. So what that means is that, okay, it's best to give a real life scenario. Is that, let's say if I built this test lab and I wanted to give everybody this test lab with the configurations, with the same software on it, and the particular software configuration, so you can go in and make the changes and learn a lesson, right? Well, and instead of just giving you access to this particular server, I can do a capture, and it creates an image for me to build another one, another duplicate, so to say, of the same configuration, software, everything that I had on that master VM, and then I can give you a copy of it.
Okay.
Okay. So while it's sort of what I'm saying with the snapshot is going to not make a whole nother VM. It's going to be the same VM, but at a certain particular time, I can always rewind back to a particular time that I took the snapshot. So open my virtual box one more time. So in VirtualBox, I took a snapshot of it, and it's at the current state. So now, let's say if I go and I power up this 2019 server, and then I put a malware on it, and I can't get it off, right? And it's just messing up everything that I got. I can power down the machine, and then I can go over here to my snapshot, and I say go back to this snapshot that I took at 10:51 this morning. And what that does is that it forgets everything that happened after that time, and it removes the malware, and then I start off with basically with a rewind, quote unquote, a rewind state of an OS. So I don't have the virus on there anymore because it goes back to this original state. It forgets everything that happened after that fact, okay? So that's what a snapshot does. And it's the same machine, whereas the capture, it goes off and makes a whole nother machine based off of what we had already set the configurations on. That make sense?
Yes, sir. Let's see. Yeah, I was playing around with Azure. I think I figured out how to do it.
On the VM,
Yes.
Oracle, virtual.
I might play around with it. I found out how to do it. It gave me the instructions to how to do a snapshot in Azure. I just need to play around with it first. See if I'm doing the correct thing.
I think whenever you create one off the rip, I think it does ask for a snapshot piece. Here in the monitor management.
So you can select an existing. Let's try this. Is this one?
I know.
Yeah, I might play around with this. Yeah, you're supposed to go into the Azure Portal, create a resource, search for and select snapshot. The snapshot window appears, click create. And then the create snapshot windows appear in the basic tab, do the following. So yeah, it's a whole list of instructions that you got to go through and how to do it. It's not straightforward like it is on the Oracle VM. So this is something that I probably have to play around with today to see if it gives you the same, it works the same way as the Oracle VM.
Okay. I know it. So, but yeah, much more easier in VirtualBox.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a lot. Okay.
And you know what? It's probably because of the cloud standpoint. You know, having this a snapshot is basically taking a sliver of that server and setting it aside as a rewind point. And to do that in the cloud, I would imagine that would probably accrue some more money because you're basically creating another machine on standby.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
sir.
maybe that's why it's not necessarily a button that they have. It's just say, hey, you just do it right over here.
Okay. Yeah.
I know I've seen it.
Yeah, go click on create a resource. And then in the search, I typed in snapshot and it popped up for me. Yeah, and then create at the bottom.
I don't think this is what I want.
Yeah, see, that's what I got.
This seems like a whole service.
Okay.
Back in live, KB